for discussing some variables and recommendations on what was presented from yesterday from Madam Controller and Department of Justice too as well. Are we ready for roll call? Give us about another 2 more minutes, colleagues, so we can get our staff up to date. They need a roll call machine and voting machine. I think we have a quorum. Not when you want a 2-committee roll. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and get this day started. Come out of recess here at 10:20 a.m. This is an Naabik'íyáti committee of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special meeting. I'm here in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. My colleagues are throughout the Navajo Nation. Today's date is Friday, July 17th, 2020. Again, the time now is 10:20 a.m. We did approve an agenda yesterday on July 16th, 2020. We did adopt that agenda. We did move on through review and adoption of journals. We did receiving reports, and we continued on down into old business, new business. We completed legislation 0043-20, 0140-20, 015.2-20, and we did recess on legislation 0144-20. So before we can go on to coming back to 0144-20, let's go ahead and get started with the roll call. Bobby?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay.
No, your Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Shiprock, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Delegate Holland is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Hino, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Carlos Slater, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Charlene So,
Present.
Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Let me see. Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Nate Brown, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, Chairman Hino, Vice Chair Smith,
I'm here. Hino's here.
Chairman Hino is here. Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Yellowhair, Honorable Keon Begay, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Wilson Stewart, Honorable
Yes.
Slater, Honorable Stewart's here. Is that you, Honorable Stewart?
Yes, sir.
Honorable Stewart's here. Honorable Slater, Honorable Wanika, Honorable James, Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Yazi. Colleagues, I have 10 delegates on the line. And Honorable James, Honorable So, Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Edmund Yazi, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Nate Brown, Madam Chair Crotty, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Yellowhair.
Chair, this is Daniel. I'm on the line. FYI. For the record.
Honorable Daniels, that's 11. Honorable Keon Begay, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Slater, Honorable Wanika. 11 members, including myself. That, colleagues, I don't have a two-committee rule, nor do I have a quorum. I need one more member from Budget and Finance, and I need one more member from Law and Order.
This is Delegate Amber Barcardi.
Madam Chair Crotty. Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Brown, Ms. Smith, Yellowhair, Honorable Keon Begay, Honorable Freeland, Honorable Slater, Honorable Anika, Honorable Vince James, Honorable Eugene So,
Speaker.
Honorable Otto So, Honorable Yazi. Somebody said speaker.
Speaker Key Allen's here.
Alan Begay, good morning, Shay. That,
Good morning.
call the ones that are green. Yeah.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr.,
Good morning. This is David Key Allen.
Honorable Keelan Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay,
Aubrey.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty,
Delegate Amber Keenan-Barkrati is calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
I'm here. Good morning.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is present. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Delegate Helena is here.
Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henyo, Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate James. Delegate Rick News is here.
Honorable Jamie Henyo is present, and Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Wilson
Delegate
Stewart,
James is present.
Honorable Vince James is present.
Thank you.
Honorable
Did you get
Wilson,
Freeland? I'm sorry.
Honorable Mark Freeland's present. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Charlene So,
Present.
Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.,
Thomas Walker's present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Yeah, Delegate Brown calling in from Danahoto.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown's present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Otto So, Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edmund Yazzie, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker was 16 present, including yourself.
That colleague 16 here present this morning. Good morning, everyone. That they have been we are colleagues on day 2 of our agenda, and we did conclude. We were still continue on with legislation 0144-20, which is an action related to health, education, and human services, budget and finance, resource and development committee, and the Naabik'íyáti committee, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving and adopting the Navajo Nation Cares Fund expenditure plan for water, projects, power line projects, and broadband telecommunication projects. That, colleagues, we did hear from a couple of our colleagues, and there was a motion, recognition, obligation to maybe come back to tell today to this legislation, and that recommendation came from Chairman Daniel. So with that, back to other than moving forward, what we can do is, this is the lineup that I currently have right now. Lineup that I currently have is Honorable Carl Slater, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Mark Freeland, Honorable Chairman Hino, Honorable James, and Vice Chair Walker. That, colleagues, I do have a motion in place on this legislation. That motion is by Honorable Vice Chair Smith, second by Honorable Holona. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater, going one. Twice. 3 times. That, going on down. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Speaker down. Okay. I hope not. Speaker, somebody's talking. Is that okay? Can you hear me, though? Speaker, okay. Speaker, I have a question. I sent some my question to my fellow BNF members. My question was the 144 that we're talking about, the legislation. Is that legislation? Is this the expenditure plan pursuant to legislation or the 115, which was CMY -4420? Is this the legislation that 144? Is it pursuant to that? That's my first question. Hello?
Honorable Elmer BA, are you asking if we're on legislation 0144-20, which is the Navajo Nation's CARES Fund expenditure plan?
Yeah. Is that 144 expenditure plan that we're talking about? Is it the expenditure plan that's pursuant to legislation 115 Naabik'íyáti that became a resolution that became a resolution number CMY 44-20.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it?
So you're asking if this expenditure plan is in compliance with the original establishment of the Navajo Nation CARES Act. With the Navajo Nation's CARES Act's fund management plan that was created by CMY-44-20. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Let me go to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Dana. Yes, the legislation in front of you, 0144-20, 44-20 was drafted to be in compliance with CMY 4420. So that's the basic question. The next question is, of course, the status of CMY 4420. We know that the president has taken the position, made public, told the delegates that he believes that CMY 4420 has no effect whatsoever. That is not the position that your legal counsel, myself, of course, takes, nor is that the position that essentially the council has been following. I think that the answer to that question, certainly DOJ will address that later in the week. I believe they said on Monday. Further discussions on this. We've had many discussions on this in executive session. So I can't, I'm not comfortable saying any more right now than what I've said. So I will repeat that this legislation was drafted to be in compliance with CMY 4420. Thank you.
So my next question.
I'm gonna begin.
My follow-up. Okay, so now we're understanding that. So what the president is saying right now is that he will. I'm pretty sure that he will veto because, and here's the way the newsletters or he's saying is out there is 116. The legislation 116, which is C in that 147-20, 116, the former 116 legislation is already providing an expenditure plan process. So, which means that if you read in there, I sent to BNF saying that which says that the president, then the speaker, chief justice will bring in the expenditure plans to BNF for approval, and then it's going to be going through Nabi and Navajo Nation Council. That's the approval that we'll be doing it. So I think there's a gap, or there's a leeway for us to that we could just approve it. But that's the way I'm understanding that legislation. And then it's just going to go, once we approve it, it's going to go to the controller, and then controller will guide us through the conditions and the guidance of according to U.S. Treasury. That's the way I'm understanding that. If it can go down to, if we could look at the CMY, if we look at the CJN-4720, that resolution, who was a former 116 legislation. If we could look down to page 6 of 9, section 4, expenditure plans, and then administration. And that you say the way I'm reading and I understand this portion, that all the 3 branch chiefs will present final expenditure plans to BNF and NABI and Navajo Nation Council, which will have the last authority, which we are the final authority. So it gives us, it doesn't say that it's going to go back to the president for final authority. So my understanding is that we don't need to overwrite this legislation. We should just start coming up with an expenditure plan. The reason why I was saying that is if we're doing 144, he's going to veto all that began. If it's going to be, if that 115, which is CMY 44-20, and the one that we're working on, that legislation, my sister had that 144-20, which is pursuant to CMY 44, he's pretty sure he will veto that again because he's saying right now that 116 already provides an expenditure plan process. What are you doing? You guys are wasting your time. Just why there's nothing. That's just how the Chief Legislative Council just said that. So it seems like it's like that. Why don't we just go with 116? Because he already gave us authority to do that. That's the way I'm understanding that.
Who's on the line too?
Armor Brigade. Let me go. Matt, Ms. Barbroff, did you hear the question?
Yes, Speaker, I did hear the question, and I've attempted to answer it numerous times, and apparently I am not relaying the info that Delegate Begay would like, or perhaps he would like a more definitive answer right at this moment. But I will say that whether the expenditure plan the council is working on here going with CMY 4420 or the expenditure, the 3-branch expenditure plan. It is unfortunate, perhaps in council's view, but under Navajo Nation laws and the separation of the branches, all expenditure plans, be it this one or one put together for the 3 branches, will go back across the street for signature by the president. This legislation that you're in front of you does not waive any Title II provisions. I am not sure you could waive all of the Title II provisions necessary to make council the final, absolute, final authority without going across the street. What I can remind council is that it is a separation of powers process. I think I'm very uncomfortable discussing this much further in open session. If you want to go into executive session, that would be great.
Speaker.
Armor Brigade.
Okay, yeah. Understand that because it already went through the 116 or CMY-44. It already went through his office and he vetoed that and line item veto. So that's where we see if you look at the overstricken and the CMY-44, it went through his office, so he already approved of that. If it was going to go say that give it back to him, it would have written in there, underline it. So it already became a law, the way he do overstricting it. So that's the reason why I'm saying that if we keep this the way the 144 we're doing it, I know President Naz is going to say that Crowley's legislation does not follow these 116 provisions. And I'm afraid that he may say that since Speaker already brought his expenditure plan, which is the 144 that we're doing, that Speaker cannot bring another plan anymore. This is 116. And so we'll have to be really careful. That's what I'm saying. Because the 1CMY-44 already went through his office. He I think veto, and that was it. And then we're here. We're not going to be overriding it. we're just going to make it with him giving back to us. That's a law. So it doesn't say that it's going to be given back to him. So all we need to do is bring in that expenditure plan. That's it. That's the way we understand this is 14 CMY 44-20, which is the former 116. It's a law. I think that the statement that he's saying that is 116 already has a expenditure plan, and the 144 that we're doing is not going through. It's not meeting the 116 position.
Okay, that is it, Elmer BA? Elmer BA?
Yeah.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to all my colleagues and the staff and everyone listening on the World Wide Web. I just wanted to commend my brother, Honorable Elmer Begay, for bringing up some very important points. I think he's very concerned with all due respect, and I think we need to take those considerations of concern statements very seriously, Shanta. So just something to consider. Speaker and my colleague, Shanta, as a delegate from Eastern Navajo Agency, it was very not disheartening, but it kind of burst my bubble last night hearing the presentation from Mr. McDonald and Mr. Jason John in regards to what we're up against. And what we're talking about, of course, is water line and maybe potentially sewer line, electric line. And you could also include electric line development in this discussion, but the issue of rights of way. And for us in Eastern Navajo, we have a huge disadvantage when it comes to rights of ways or any sort of development, because, it's not going to only take 1 or 2 years. It's going to take 5 to 10 years to get a right of way, because everything is done through the checkerboard status, and everything is, of course, under the jurisdiction of the BIA. And we really need to consider our Navajo people in those situations as well. And having talked with Honorable Amber Crotty and the staff, I've been going around in our 8 chapters.
It's not going to work.
Okay. But going around to our 8 chapters and getting just names of who would be acceptable as far as getting, even cistern systems or solar units established, because there's no way we're going to have rights of ways done by December 30th. So that's what we've been doing, is doing assessments out in our area. Now, the challenge, of course, is a lot of our people may or may not have home site leases as well, but they've been established and living there on those sites for years and years. We also have allotments too. So I guess what I need to ask is Dana, would the BIA have jurisdiction over any sort of allotments? Would they need to have a home site lease on those allotments, I guess is my first question. And I don't know if Mr. Sosti or anyone from the BIA is on there, but how can we get these cistern systems and solar units set up on our areas or if they're allotments as well? So we need to consider that. The other thing, Shanta, is last night I spoke of the second wave of COVID in the fall, and I spoke of how we should think about that and give that some real serious consideration. I think the time is now, Shanta. We also need to start thinking about preparation. How are we going to prepare our people, and how are we going to prepare ourselves in our chapters? A lot of my chapters are asking me about wood, how we should start hauling wood right now. We should start getting prepared right now for these COVID situations. And I want to bring that up because I did drop a legislation with Mr. Alex Vicente from Forestry regarding timber obtained, and I think we need to start looking at permits as well. Preparation is important. We're still dealing with the first wave of COVID. We need to consider a potential second wave. Is it going to be more? Is it going to be much more harder to deal with at that time if it ever does come? Is it going to be more difficult to are we going to have to really get down and really make sure that our people are home? What are we going to need to do to prepare? And I think we need to give that some consideration, Shanta. I know my colleague was mentioning 116, and there was a provision in there that gave funding to the 638s, but none of the federal sites were listed in that. I think with IHS's funding being really cut each year, seems like year to year, the federal sites also need to be considered as well. We have a federal site in Crown Point. You also have GIMC, and you also have Northern Navajo. But, those federal sites also should have been given some consideration. I think we need to look at things as far as, I hate to say respirators, but we need to start looking at stockpiling ourselves. What do we need to do to give them some help? Medications, even vitamins, looking at things like vitamins. I take 2,000 milligrams of vitamin C each day, and it's supposed to help with immunity and your immunity booster. But how can we promote those types of living and those types of adaptations to help our people, strengthen their immunity systems as well? Just some consideration as well, Shanata. But I wanted to mention that as far as Eastern Navajo being at a real disadvantage when it comes to the discussions on rights of ways. And we have a lot of nice people, a lot of good people out there in Eastern Navajo. And, I think we as delegates, we say we talk or we represent the whole Navajo Nation. We shouldn't just cut it off at the trust land barrier or trust land boundary. We also need to think of our people out in Eastern Navajo who live on checkerboard as well. So, Eddie, thank you very much. God bless you, each and every one of you. Stay safe and protected, and then your families as well. I wish everyone well today. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Freeland. Let me go back to the sponsor. And then there is a request. There was a request too by Ms. Barbara. If there is any need for further clarification on, I think, what Honorable Freeland's question and Honorable Elmer Brigade's question about the two legislations, both CMY 44-20 and CJN-47-20, and their clarity and how they both are needing to be explained in regards to the fund management plan and the execution of Madam Chair Crotty's legislation 0144-20, which is an expenditure plan, and how those two have formulated to birth this legislation. And if there's further clarification, Ms. Barbroff is willing to explain that in executive session. So with that, let me go back to Madam Chair.
Later. Can you add me to the list?
Yes, I added you back to the list. With that, let me go back to Honorable Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate the time. Thank you, Delegate Begay. I received your email regarding your question pertaining to resolution CMY-44-20. I think if we could start the tone that delegates are all on the same understanding of where we're at with these legislations and resolutions, if that needs to be done in executive session. My only hesitancy is I think as much of this discussion should be conducted for the full advantage of the public to hear. But if there are areas that are sensitive or meet the executive session guidelines, I just feel that we should just continue to ask questions and talk as much as we can on public record than going to an executive session. But if there's confusion and if that's going to delay services, immediate relief to our people in terms of water, power, broadband, solar, and solid waste, I would agree that we have that conversation now as we're pulling together these amendments so that our people can get the relief that they so desperately need. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Amber Cardi. That, moving on down. Honorable Hino, Chairman, you're up.
Kashina Kialan Sitsula, Speaker Damon Adoshananta, 24th Navajo Council Naabik'íyáti Committee, Didi Benigaya Kudaya, Children Behata Istri, Adabinasjaya Koyati, Ischidaya and the Huta, Ninata, Egi Kudaya, Hashin Soga the based on Chichili Tanigi, Eya Bansa case of one hat up the year, a coiki, a he cock. I don't the Ninatani President Nez or my Vice President Liza, she's like sound. So even at Eya, the compass for 714 million, no. The Haitness. I'd say 600 million Haitness. The Koho Kodoy Yado is to say, is Agita Yadida. Nature. Based on Holia. I didn't live a car of Junkie that no. I saw Heda, based on a Tida just behind. You know, disease just honey. I don't get Yadan Sadida. Based on it. In today, Ada Eya Hajo Hekada, Aliada, Aha Zida, Ada Tada Eya Zenda, Bebaha Zida, Ada Hekada, the Nabi in Tanikesa. It Agi Ada Oliada, those the chief, the Jake, Skon could expenditure plan, these on the DJ, Ada Hajoiba. Yeah, the details of the Zuminacha. Could I be something that other had Kaki added? Could I in Hayat and the Hayat for the Dolznik? Other ya could be a leader, these are times you know it never ever cut all the way. Never that ya could I ever be cheated in Nacha, not a dog. I don't know, ya did it should be Kati based on it, Holiagi. The Oteliadi, and Kodota issued this alcohol. A Shiban Nathan, could and hit and hinted in the Laho. A Kadi Akodon 2490 Hanigi. I used to hit this can has any to Onanja, the given Nachaya. I used Sachi, the Hitnet. Robin Nachaya Kodo, not only President Nez, so Vice President Liza. A down on it, or to do. But I these are the same بداية شيء هذا يا صادق هيجي هذا يا بداية شيء هذا أو شيء ده بنشأ أي يا إحنا نستوى شوف الناس هيجي يا صوت هذا الزوج الزنبار يا بن سومان كيسين نادي آخر صعب الناس تسلوا ده سبيك دايما أخي أنا خبايزي هاش بهني جانساية تيدا بنحكي طن خاليات إن جناتين لما بنحكي ناس ديكها خليتون نشاط الزلوي اللاتيدا هذا هاي يا ديكون يا شيء يصير نبتخاطر وثان أني السلسلين هذا كده يا كده بتشيل خالها بيسون نتعود هندا ليها ننا أكوي بتشيل بيسكاها أكود تندهان لجول كيلاني إذا أني خانك هذا بالله جنيدي الناس هذا شيء تديس إيه خاص لا بنزو هذا طبيعة السنديدة شنو تعاد نفسني تيسوق شوية هذا لين ناني تيس عنجي صار صار عشان صار تيا إيشي صار even نتجي شنو تعجل كنديكها هذا جواب ده بيليس صار يكينش كي Ako, Adon, da na Jaya Dean, the has Igi the Quigoshin, the Hate, no, these ones are not Kidney down there. The Hotan not the Zimbaha out the Bandist, so Tires and Siskesa. Even not yet, that's the Sabatis, son. Adon, the Dini, so that was Sogi, he pays mass underneath Linigi. They are the Nipahazan, and that's Igi. Adon, partners the living day in the shop. Any I quit in the Haloni, Chandala. Could the D hot, could the D in the hot now, any for the husband. So I add the Yav Kata was then, yeah. Adon, the Dean lay 40 the hotel. As the in the Catan, they take Aho. The whole just couldn't zago. Like the meal 2 million, they'd see 2 million, they'd and to get the construction started. Joy that Hegi project really then you get it with I Naabik'íyáti that we by this completion by December 30th. Then you get Joy that Hegi Tanil Oshi Bohanet Son Saye. It's a sort of Sabitish Alson, but Seba has Snaggy and today cases. I don't know the national Johanadi say these other projects. Yeah, let's speak it, payment.
Thank you, Honorable Henio. That moving on down. Honorable Vince James.
Okay, another. Ado, Sharkaha, St. Claude, don't hit another 20 yard ihpen. Kodo de ya
Amber doesn't know.
Tohat ani in regards to water. I brought this up to you guys many times. First, I'd like to say that I'm going to say a lot of things with a lot of respect. But there's times that it's just frustrating that when you see a listing and as a delegate, you've been working with your chapter officials, your constituents to get water line. For me, I've been working closely with IHS, NTUA, water resource. And it's very disturbing to see a listing that is brought forth to you that what you've been working on is not on those listing projects. And again, like I said, with all due respect, when you review that listing, a lot of these projects are in Western Agency. Is it because that our president is from that area? I know the need is there, but I mean, the equalization of representation of projects would be something that we would need to look into. I say this because within Ganado, we've had a well that was drilled, and that well, around that well, we have over 10 individuals that need water line extension. Water line is already there. They're like within 500 feet to 1,000 feet. Yet, they've been waiting for the past 5, 10, 15 years to get a water line. And majority of these last few years, we've been told by IHS, we've been told by NTUA, those water wells, those water pumps that are by Ganado Lake have reached their capacity. Therefore, we cannot move forward with new water line extension. And there's a lot of homes throughout Kichichi, throughout Cornfields, throughout Steamboat, throughout Jedito that are in the same scenario that only have a few yards or a few feet that have water line, and yet those kind of individuals are not even on the project listing. And so we were told that with this new water well going in, it will release pressure and alleviate pressure on a lot of these homes that are getting low pressure water during the peak hours, meaning in the morning and in the evening. A lot of the constituents that live up towards the mountain of Summit start losing pressure of water in the mornings and the evening during the peak hours. And yet, that's not even being addressed in the waterline project. I have individuals that are 4 or 5 miles from Ganado Lake that are losing pressure, water pressure, during the peak hours. And yet, those kind of things, those kind of projects are not on the listing. And on top of that, we've mentioned so many different projects on how it's being prolonged. And to me, it seems that we're falling in that same direction of the Bennett Freeze situation deal thing. And it saddens me. And we only have until December to get a lot of these water lines situated. But again, like I said, these water wells have been upgraded, but yet constituents are still waiting for extension water lines. Now, we've given another site to IHS, or Defiance IHS. We've given them another site to establish another water well. And they're telling us the same thing. Oh, once we put in this water well, we're able to do an extension, to do scattered home extension water lines again. How well that's true, I really don't know. And it seems that all of these water wells that are being done within Ganado is just bypassing individuals that are from Ganado, from the heart of Ganado, or the surrounding communities like Kitlichi, Cornfield, Steamboat, Jedito, and Ganado itself. We have individuals that just approve all of this land withdrawal and with their grazing rights, and waterline is just going bypass them, thinking that they're going to get waterline extension, hoping that they're going to get waterline extension. And all of my chapters have budgets set aside in carryover funds that have been carrying over for the past 5, 10, 15 years for bathroom addition funds. IHS, NTUA, Water Resource have just been saying, hold on, just hold on to it. Hold on to the money. Keep the money at the chapter. We don't want to put people's hope up, because if we build these restrooms, they're going to think that they're going to get water right away. And that's what has been addressed to us. And a lot of these funds are just sitting there at the chapter in the carryover funds. With every allocation that comes every year, monies are put aside for waterline, bathroom addition, sewer projects. But yet, from these three stakeholders, we're always told, hold on to our money. And so that brings my next question is, what is it that IHS is going to do? What is IHS going to do with those funds that have been already awarded by Fredo from Washington? IHS has funds that are just sitting there, and they can't start the project because they've indicated to me and others that, NECA has been behind on their projects. They're like 3 to 4 years behind on their projects with funds that have been awarded already. And so now I'm starting to hear that, well, if these individuals have already been awarded and the grant has already been awarded, then they shouldn't be part of this Care Bills Act. But yet, understand that these people have been waiting for 5, 10, more than 10 years, some of them, just to get a waterline extension done within 1,000 feet, within a mile or so. And IHS, I just don't understand why IHS is not providing that information. Why isn't the IHS putting that on the table to say, here are the individuals that have 500 feet or within a 1 mile or within the 5-mile radius of a water line, especially pertaining to those scattered homes, water line extension where their neighbors already has a water line there, and those are not being addressed. And that's the part that I really am bothered by of all of this listing. But again, mainly is I was bothered by what McDonald had indicated that, you know, even to do a 1 mile, 2 mile archaeology survey is going to take a year. So what is it that we're doing? Why are we talking about it then? Why wasn't that brought up in the first place? So it's very disturbing to see this, but for me, for my chapters, I'd like to advocate on their behalf that these scattered homes water line extension be part of the listing, and IHS has those listings. Last, my final comment is going to be in regards to large water tanks. We have several mini water tanks, water storage tanks. And some of these water storage tanks have more than an acre of land already withdrawn. Why are we not stepping up, and why are we not being smart about it and saying, let's in place a bigger, larger water storage tank. Keep the current ones for livestock owners, because a majority of the chapters don't have that water pressure capability to have a 2-inch hose hooked on. Majority of the chapters only have water pressure enough for a garden hose. And when our constituents come to the chapter, a garden hose for a 1,000 gallon, 2,000 gallon water tank will take up a lot of time. And I believe my Che Daniel So explained that yesterday. And so with these current water storage tanks, some of these sites have lands withdrawn over an acre where they could add a new large water storage tank to assist those homes that are in need of water line, or to keep that as their current water structure and leave the current one for livestock owners to get water there. So, and it's just really heartbreaking to hear the remarks. Again, like at Ganado Lake, we have a big well there, but yet Apache County is the only one that has a permit. And I've been bringing this up to Water Resource. It's like, why can chapters not have a permit or have access to that water well? We could have livestock owners take their 2,000, 3,000, 1,000 water storage tank to that water well by Ganado Lake, and they would have water filled up within less than 5 minutes and then move on. But yet our chapters are not allowed to obtain a water permit for that well to move in that fashion. So I will complete that here, and I hope I'm not making my comments on deaf ears again, and I hope it's taken into consideration. Last night I was worried that we're talking into the late hours, and I just sat there. It's like we delegates are just talking to each other at this point. The main source, the main individuals that do the job have gone to bed. And yet we were talking about it last night. I don't know if they've heard it, but a lot of the water resource employees are in the same scenario. They're short-staffed. And I believe that Mr. Tarak provided that report to us. So how are we going to address that as well? He told us that at this point, I only have one CDL driver. How are we going to take care of that? Where is that in the plan regarding personnel? How are we going to address those kind of issues? Do we have to move away from DPM, the Navajo Nation hiring process? Do we have to move away from that and just not deal with DPM and have water management bring in a consultant to hire individuals? You know that once positions are established, you know it's going to take a while to bring on people again. And then interviews are going to happen again. And that's not being addressed as well. It's how are we going to get these personnel? So this morning, there's a job fair. There's a job fair at Sage Memorial Hospital for the potential new hospital that's going to be built in Ganado. I mean, just if we were just given the green light, we have our own young Navajo children, our own young relatives, our own family members that are seeking for jobs. This morning, I was very amazed and surprised of the amount of individuals that were showing up at Sage Memorial Hospital looking for contract jobs. And all this was this is some subcontractor job fair. But there was a tremendous amount of individuals that had expertise in plumbing, had expertise in water line issues with heavy equipment. And it's just like, God, only if we were just given the green light and only if we could have just started using this money, we could have our own people working for us. Why is it that we have to sit here and try to roll the policies of the nations, the policies of DPM? Just imagine a lot of our families, our relatives coming together to take care of a lot of these water line issues. I mean, it was just really amazing to see how many individuals showed up and that had signed in last night and then throughout today. I mean, Sage Memorial Hospital followed the CDC guidelines, and they took all the precaution, and it was well organized. And it just saddens me that we can't even do that as a nation. We can't even come together and do that for our own people to provide them this job opportunity, and yet we're still trying to figure all this policies and expenditure plan and all of this. But we can't even give the green light to say, okay, go, move with the money. So with that, I'll end it. God bless you, and thanks for listening to me. Hello.
Thank you, Honorable James. Let me go ahead and go on down one more, and then I'll come back to sponsor. Honorable Vice Chair Walker.
Yeah, Speaker, though, Chairman of Naabik'íyáti Committee, then colleagues, good morning to each and everyone. Though listeners, participants of this important meeting call, presenters, though, sponsor of the legislation, Ms. Crotty, Honorable Crotty, though the sponsors, though, for bringing the legislation, the amount of time, effort you put into its development with some of our input. I appreciate that. It represents a very serious and very big effort on part of the leadership's part in focusing in what needs to be done today at this moment, and as a matter of fact, yesterday and the day before, to address COVID-19 pandemic through utilization of federal assistance, federal aid, federal resources. The demonstration of an effort is to be noted. Although, like my colleagues that spoke earlier, I also would join them in saying that, we have all these issues, we have all these concerns, and then just as much questions also. So I represent communities out in Western Navajo Agency, and pandemic is only one of the emergencies that we face right now. We have the drought situation out there. Although we have the bad water. The water quality is in question in some of my communities that I represent. Although we have the former Bennett Freeze area. That is a day-to-day struggle going back 40 years. Today, it still needs the assistance and the attention for recovery and rehabilitation of those lives, the lives of our people that reside on the former Bennett Freeze area. Then we have NPL. These are not small issues, small crises. These are, emergency type, national emergency type. Otherwise, the public that pay attention to our legislative activities, they go away thinking, well, they're just talking. They're just sitting there. They're mumbling. They're going in circles. So this legislation 0144 represents a big, a lot of hope. I want to leave it with that. So of course I support it. And although earlier we questioned and spoke about going into executive session, I think, Mr. Speaker, at this time I would ask you to call for the question on that matter. Before we go any further, I think we will continue to talk. Even at open session, it's okay. It's much needed to have this discussion as open, as transparent as possible. But we do need to get proper advisement and guidance from our Chief Legislative Counsel. In such case, so Mr. Speaker, I want to ask you to, take the steps necessary to ask the question of the council or the committee to executive session. I think it's very important. I don't think we do have a time limit on that. We can place a time limit and ask the necessary questions in this area. There are some items that I would like to know about, just like my colleagues, Elmer Begay. There are some questions, fundamental questions. If we proceed forward without understanding or getting guidance on those questions, we'll be back to square one later this afternoon or this evening. Even to avoid that, let's take care of some of those questions. Queenson. So I have plenty to say, and right now I'll leave it at that. And then these issues that I described, that's a daily reality. The pandemic's just a few months old. Some of the crises, some of the emergencies that I described go back 40 years. Atlas zenigi do atishin anit Isnil Zagi the Nebenant Dani Glenige Echo. Yeah, speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Walker, for that recommendation and actually motion. Honorable Walker, is your suggestion no more than, I didn't hear a specific time, but are you looking like an hour, 30 minutes? That's the only recommendation.
Yes.
I come back to you.
Okay, Chair, though, Speaker, I would say 1 hour is enough time.
Okay, 1 hour. Colleagues, this is to go into executive session to have Ms. Barbroff explain and give an update to the Navajo Nation Council, Naabik'íyáti Committee on the different Navajo Nation Council's actions on CMY 44-20 and CJN-47-20, and how how further clarification and discussion can go to explain how those two have created the legislation that we here have at hand, 0144-20, which is actually an expenditure plan. So colleagues, there's a motion by Honorable Vice Chair Walker for 1 hour to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second, Speaker, Delegate Stewart.
Wilson Stewart. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on the motion?
Delegate James, question.
Honorable James, go ahead.
In regards to this executive session, what is so important that we need to go into executive session that our constituents should not hear? We continuously have said water is life. Water is needed on the nation. Why is it that we're hiding water, infrastructure, information from our constituents? Thank you.
Let me go back to Ms. Barbara.
Thank you. Good morning. The reason to go into executive session is primarily to sort through the effect of the line item vetoes, which legislation is operable, how we go forward. I think that when you come out of executive session, you are the speaker, yourselves, myself, if you would prefer, will be able to explain to the public the process that council will follow to develop the expenditure plans that are in front of you today. I think it will be a time saver. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Barbara. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Going once, going twice, going three times.
Daniel.
Well, Daniel's on the motion to go into executive session.
Thank you, this Chair. Kudos and Anna Senigi Kudo, Arenda Kudos, Sikin Senigi, Sahab, so Kudo. I know Fragi, Kia Kudota. Nagay Kudota, I see Kudova Pan, this case of Kudo. One of my colleagues could Yahat Vigi Yakudon says Chair Nagay Chair Henio Yahat Vigi Yakudo. But then the Cheva case seed was also Khan Castle Khalid Hotel and Sophie. I see new hotel base or Chihu. I see need to be yes at the Halon there, the corridor, the law. You don't get a hotel, nation there, but be a Yadoro, 오도도 간다 흔히 내나 봐네 아도나나 그도네 다이도 스피레도도 executive session ya hane jado ya shmuda so ayo baban tas ke kudo my brother ya ha rigi kudo the chairman heni kudo na gaida aya so the zenda aya la baba ya di de kudo ko ya da di kan tun anta ke shin ya do le so Sweden lere hoda chine ko ara la ba te ke the best ni chu ya na best ni chu ya da ba khat in ta ko de so ni we ko do so ya ha we ko chairman heni ya ha we ki ko do with a height out of maybe take that into consideration ko do the chair ko do ICIC ko do jungle la ya go ya chair thank you
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Any other comments, questions? Okay, with that, no other comments, questions. Going once, going twice, going three times. Bobby, let's go.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Red.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Paul Begay.
Red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati.
Amber Kanaz-Bakrati votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kanaz-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Red. Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Let me think about this. Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika, and Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Speaker, with a vote of 13 yeas and 6 nays.
Colleagues. Colleagues, the vote of 13 in favor, 6 opposed. Chair not voting. We're going to executive session. The time now is 11:38. We will be back in other executive session at 12:38, 12:40. Colleagues, there will be an email sent to you with a PIN number. Thank you. Be on the line.
Delegate James on the line.
Delegate Charlene Stowe.
Delegate Yellowhair's on the line.
Delegate Brown's on the line.
Thomas Walker's on the line.
Delegate Thirst on the line.
HD on the line.
Colleagues, thank you. We'll go ahead and get started here shortly. We're having technical difficulties again with the login and roll call and voting machine. Give us another minute or two. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes, colleagues. Let's speak your name in. We're having some technical difficulties on the roll call machine, and I need that to be up before we can go ahead and come back into session. So give us another minute or two.
Okay, good.
Okay, Bobby. Whenever you're ready. That colleagues, so come back out of session or come back into session. There was a motion to get out of executive session by Honorable Herman Daniels, second by Honorable Helona, and that was at 12:47 p.m. So let me go ahead and take a vote to get out of roll call or out of executive session.
Speaker. AM. Never mind.
Go ahead, roll call. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Here. I'm here.
It's a green or red, Elmer.
Honorable Elmer Begay to get out of executive session.
Green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr.,
Delegate Callen votes green.
Honorable K. Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay,
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Holona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
cellular choice wireless to ako 8ACT cell service to base sa panich ako even the office. I know the office probably have phones not from Choice Wireless, but from AT&T. Then you got a combined joint Sprint and T-Mobile, and then others. Koko how could we reach out to them if they're able to help establish connectivity on the Navajo Nation, having them go through the proper process. Today, I don't quit land department to telecommunication because what ego it the initially, but of end it all the etik at performance plastic at cutting the meat so kish pani meat or speaker akut ago kasi it asati koje kita initially to ado sato akato ja akoko tot asaki tamni enani tle koko. I mean khalit al koto in the business world you know that there has to be some type of a competition to really not to avoid skyrocket bills. Asakit yes, so Choice Wireless is the branch of the NTUA, but if you look down further, NTUA Choice Wireless Navajo is only, to my understanding, is only 51%, but the rest is owned by non-Navajo. Technically, we still need, just like convenience stores. We have different variety of convenience stores wanting to do business on Navajo. Then with the grocery stores, so they have several different grocery stores on the Navajo Nation. We won't have a variety of services or products that we would want to choose from. Cutting the meat, so amendment the key legislative council forward on it. So Mr. Speaker, if I'm in the right I'd like to make a motion for an amendment. I don't know what number amendment is, but to allocate secure $30 million for other cell carrier for the Navajo Nation. Speaker.
19.
My first question is, do you have some things written up?
Ms. Barbara, you did send out the amendment. It's email. I believe it's emailed to the council. Speaker.
Right here. Right here. Got it.
Speaker, does this have a second?
Not yet. I'm trying to get the information together first.
Okay, I reviewed the amendment and I would like to second it when that's appropriate.
Page 4, line 23. non-tribal owned eligible telecommunication carriers. 8, Honorable Count Brigade.
Speaker, I'm here.
Is the Navajo Nation Cares Fund Act Broadband Telecommunication Project Expenditure Plan. $30 million.
Page 5 of the legislation.
How does this one differ from the other one? This one's just for broadband expenditure. Ms. Barbara?
Yes.
You created this document?
Yes, I did, Speaker. I added provisions. What's different from this new Exhibit 5 as opposed to the other Exhibit 5 is that under Section 1, there is a second, two full paragraphs that explain about how the funding for the eligible communication carriers would be allocated, and that is the major difference. I did indeed create the document.
Okay, my one question then, back to you, Honorable Keelan Begay. Out of this $30 million, how much of this $30 million is going to be expended by December 30th?
Mr. Speaker, that's where the invite will start coming in somehow that, for example, AT&T, Verizon, Sprint, T-Mobile, or whoever, establishing and expanding out the telecommunication infrastructure on the Navajo Nation. That will be more of a detail that could be developed in working with Mr. Halona's office and the telecommunication office. Overall, in a way, 30 million, again, it is not enough, but we could make the argument to these carriers that somehow they could also invest additionally. Sato an hita oche. Kati base on hakuis na titi na ikwagin nija. Akoko, I've been asking the telecommunication office, the regulatory office, that what is the overall assessment on the Navajo Nation at all 110 chapters? Like, for example, for each of my colleagues, you probably know your chapter doesn't have or is not covered by telecommunication service. So like for example, electricity into a can serve only a few, but in certain areas of the Navajo Nation, you got Continental Divide and Hamas. We have to work with them in order to expand electricity to the Navajo. But specifically, they will have to work through the land department and the telecommunication and to equally effectively making sure that these funding to certain area are spent by these carriers that are willing and wanting to work with the Navajo Nation. Speaker.
Speaker, question.
Hold on. Honorable Keon, the reason why I'm asking is if we put $30 million, I'm cautious that we have to spend $30 million with this when we finalize this. If we don't spend it, then it could be possibly an audit finding. That's why I really want to do this right. And if you know who you talk to about putting this together, because right now automatically NTUA Choice Wireless is saying that they can spend $32,848,207. That's currently in the legislation. They broke it down to say that this is how much they could do within 2020. So I don't know if you're specifically, I know that you said that you can't specifically right now because you don't know who's all going to be identifying in that message moving forward. But I want to caution that if we don't spend the 30,000, then there's a possibility, 30 million, then there's a possibility that there could be an audit finding.
Mr. Speaker, Keon.
I'll look at.
Honorable Keon, go ahead. We're still putting this together.
Could we establish a motion in a second and have the committee discuss this?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're trying to delay my motion, Speaker.
I'm sorry, Keon. I'm not trying to delay anything. I'm just letting you know. So I'll recognize your motion. $30 million. Amendment 1. If you could read into the record, Mr. Rico.
Delegate Brown, I'll second.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment 1, page 4, line 23, increase the amount set forth by $30 million. Page 5, line 27, after college, insert underscore and non-tribal owned eligible telecommunication carriers, ETC. 3, replace existing Exhibit 5 with new Exhibit 5 attached here. Renumber or reletter succeeding paragraphs and sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conform to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor and of this legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion by Honorable Naabik'íyáti, second by Honorable Slater. This is
Question, Speaker.
Yeah. Honorable Eugene So.
I was listening to the three branch meetings, and somehow I think I heard something that said all these projects need to be taken care of and finished by December 30th. Is that what they're saying? And then what we're doing all this pretty much is trying to put something that can still be not finished after December. And we've been pushing most of all our projects that way. But we were told that it has to be done by December 30th. Is that correct, Speaker?
Honorable Eugene So. what you just now stated isn't what the three branch chiefs are saying. It's not what council is saying. It's not anybody with the Navajo Nation government is saying. It's a statute in the Congressional CARES Act that says that these funds must be closed out by December 30th. And closed out means everything's paid out. I mean, probably it might be the controller might even shut it down like on December 15th. So her and her staff and OMB have 15 days to do the official closeouts. So to answer your question, whatever amount of money we're putting in right now, it states as of right now, the closeout has to be done by December 30th, but there is a possibility, Honorable Eugene, so that it could get extended, but that needs congressional act and then the president's signature of the United States, not President Nez's signature.
Vice Chair Smith, I'd like to ask a question.
Eugene So?
That's the reason why I asked. The reason why I asked is because see that we've been wrestling with all the projects that might be keep going after December 30. See that most of our projects were like that. So I just heard, I think it was controlled that it has to be done, in a certain way, and certain things that have to be done. And that's why I was just thinking about maybe some smaller projects that the chapter already has. So, okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Vice Chair Smith, go ahead. On Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. On Amendment 1, very surprising that we're doing 30 million. I hear I was only asking for 5 million. And obviously, some of these projects are not going to even be done by the 30th. Then I hear you're stating that as long as it's paid out. Now, what do you mean by being paid out? I thought it had to be completed by construction. I'm hearing two things now. First, I heard it's got to be completed, construction's got to be done, the keys got to be turned over. Here, you're the owner. Now you're saying that as long as it's paid out. So this $30 million that's going to be paid out, as long as it's paid out, we're okay. Now, take my scenario. Why can't we just pay out IHS? That's my question on that. And that's the amendment that I'd like to understand what is the difference between that amendment and the other amendment I was trying to push in. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, just to answer your question, what you just now indicated, if I misstated, everything that you said must be completed by December 30th. I don't know, Ms. Barbara, if you want to elaborate on that even further, or if the controller's on the line to state that everything must be completely closed out by the 30th. And that includes paying out, construction's all done, everything's done.
Thank you, Speaker. I will start, and then if the controller, if you still want to hear from the controller, that's fine. All projects have to be completed by December 30th. That means that the services have to be rendered, have to be received, the goods ordered have to be received. If construction is taking place, it has to be received by December 30th. It does not matter whether it's water, whether it's electric, whether it's broadband. It does not, you can't just pay out dollars to an entity. That is not going to satisfy the CARES Act, that will be deemed ineligible. Just because they have the money doesn't mean a project is completed. The project has to be physically completed. So I hope that brings some clarity. As far as the amendments that Delegate Begay is requesting, if you will look at the section
So auto in terms of projects, they encompass, for example, the early stages, planning, auto construction, and then when the project ends. It has, if you're talking about projects, everything has to happen by December 30th. So auto Naabik'íyáti, although you may have goods or services delivered or performed by August 30th, the federal government gives you what we call a liquidation period. It will give the Navajo Nation up to 90 days to pay those bills, even though the goods and services were performed or delivered by December 30th. So we have up until 90 days to make those payments after the December 30th. So 90 days. But in terms of goods and services being performed or delivered, it has to be by December 30th. So some of the questions I get is maybe we can do planning of a project, and that's not going to work either. If you're doing a project, it's the whole project. I'm saying that from planning all the way to completion of construction and so forth. So that is why the project has to be completed by December 30th. These some bias tiegi auto yes Adana PowerPoint send out on page 6. It talks about what incurred means. Auto towards the end, I believe on page 14, infrastructure project Yahalnet. So that kind of gives you a little bit of detail on construction projects and so forth.
Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker, this is Doug Goodell here. Can I say something based on what the controller has said pertaining to just the 144-20, the CARE Act money? Okay.
Chairman Nez?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon, Federal, honorable members of the 24th Council. I have a question for the Controller. Thank you, Madam Controller, for getting on the line. It is Kurt. Honorable Kialan Begay. Yesterday in your presentation, Ms. Kurt, we went over your presentation and you mentioned on there, probably the fourth slide, subrecipient, no? And you explained that subrecipient. Those subrecipients, does that include Navajo, non-Navajo companies like AT&T, Cell One, and Verizon? Thank you very much.
Let me go back to Honorable Kialan Begay.
Speaker, I believe that what the question by Chairman Nez was posed to Controller, but there hasn't been any specific question to my amendment yet. If I'm not mistaken, Speaker. But again, like I said yesterday, I'm trying to look for what was presented by the Controller. As I indicated, that I was participating at yesterday's NABI meeting. So I wonder if I need to answer that. Let me look for that slides, and then let me review it and see how much I can respond back to Chairman Naz. Speaker.
Let me go to Controller, but well, let me go to Controller first.
Okay. In terms of subrecipients, the way to look at it is when the money comes from the federal government, it goes through the Navajo Nation, with our what I call the employer identification number, or EIN number. I would say in the manner of granting to subrecipients, it could be chapters, it could be enterprises, it could be nonprofits. It could be other entities other than Navajo entities. So, for example, I do know, and I know you all are aware, that we do get some federal 638 fundings currently, through social services. Some of those get shelved out to either nursing homes, domestic violence shelters, and those types of things. So, those are kind of like a flow through. In the same manner with the CARES Act funds, the same thing can happen. Currently, right now, we are talking to, for instance, gaming. So we would treat gaming as a subrecipient. And then because the Navajo Nation is responsible ultimately for how these funds are utilized and make sure we're in compliance, then the nation would be responsible for subrecipient monitoring. So I missed the previous discussion in terms of, in the context of how we are giving money to the entities such as AT&T and so forth. If we're just granting them the money so that they can do certain things, let's say projects, then I believe we would run into those subrecipient issues. For example, the other day we were talking about NECA or NTUA. So anytime we have a flow through the Navajo Nation with these funds, then we have to think of how are we going to structure that, and if it is indeed a subrecipient relationship, then the utilizing those dollars by your subrecipient entity, they are still subject to the CARES Act criteria and Treasury guidance. So they would have to deploy the same dollars or expend it in the same manner as if we would have been doing it. So that's how I would answer that question. The way you structure the subrecipient relationship matters. So trying to deploy some of these dollars, it does make a difference on how you do it. That's where it's important when there's a flow through mechanism and there's subrecipients, then the federal law says they have to not only be monitored, but also they are subject to the Single Audit Act. So if they exceed $750,000. So I would have to know a little bit more, and maybe I can do that offline soon regarding the specific, AT&T type situation. So that subrecipient, I want to distinguish that from when you're just outright paying for something, paying for a service or paying for a good. Then that's separate than the subrecipient. If you're just outright paying for goods or services, then your vendors aren't going to be subject to what I'm just talking about on subrecipient. So I hope that I can make that distinguish the vendor relationship as opposed to a subrecipient. So
Thank you, Madam Controller. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, Yate. Yate, good afternoon. Can you hear me, Speaker?
Again.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Speaker. Okay, thank you. Yeah. And it is very honest. Nadi peso. The peso ba nagi achito intlegi ani achon ani out. Nana sahata hut esati. When your invoice is also a invoice, it states in the same time frame that cost expenditures with invoice that from March 1st to December 30th, within those time frames, when the invoice states in the debt, that's okay too. But sometimes the Navajo nations have to complete project. What are they they set some invoices too. Oh yeah, about this. But it looks like we had to do our best to get these projects, and as soon as it's better for us, for the Navajo Nation, so we can maybe spend all the money or maybe not spend all the money. But the idea about how to thank you, Sededa, Controller, the Speaker, Ani, Navajo Nation Councilman. Yeah, that's all, Speaker. Go back on mute now.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Yellow Hair. Moving on down, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and my colleagues. So I understand what Dana and Madam Controller are talking about. I guess for me, I think in terms of the deadline follows the money. So we pay out this money, that deadline is still there, and those requirements are following that money as well. And so if we paid somebody to do the work has to be completed by December 30th, 2020 is the way that I understand the way that this whole thing is working, which really kind of makes me question whether any of these projects that we're talking about can be completed. I feel like it's like we're talking about these great ideas about how we can fix the nation, but I'm thinking in terms of like realistically, can we have a tangible product completed by December 30th, 2020? And I guess that's the big question that everybody seems to be asking is, can this project be done, completed by December 30th, 2020? Somebody's got their phone, it's not mute. But what I do want to say is, why are we like, if these projects, if we have been told over and over again that many of these projects cannot be completed by December 30th, 2020, you know, why, I guess I'm wondering, like, why are we having these discussions? I think NTUA has told us this, IHS has told us this, Water Resources has told us this, and I'm looking at the projects, and some of them are ready to go. And my understanding is those are the projects that we should really be considering, are the ones that I guess these experts are saying that could be completed right away. So that's my first question, is why are we putting in projects that we know it's going to take years to complete? I'm almost inclined to just drop legislation to just pay out every Navajo person $1,000. That seems to be the only thing that's going to get this money out. To me, that's the only guarantee that we have at this point that this money is going to be spent. And I know that there's been a question of how many Navajo people we have, and there's probably going to be an influx of people who are going to be, trying to get their Navajo CID. But our people are suffering. We have said it over and over again. A lot of people are struggling to pay their bills, to even buy basic necessities. So we're talking about water projects that could, take years to complete. And we're throwing in these amendments, making it even more difficult because, again, it's going to take years to complete. So why not just pay our Navajo people so that they can go out and get what they need to help them through this pandemic? If you need water, you can go and you can buy water. If you need to catch up on your bills, then catch up on your bills. But to me, this is the only way that we can actually start spending this money, is if we were to pay out our Navajo people. So I'm wondering, and I know the speaker, talked about this during his, when he proposed some ideas to us. And I want to give Speaker props for doing that, because I've been going through the comments that have been made for 115 and 116. And if you read the comments that the people provided on those legislations, you can see what, people are asking for. And so to me, it just seems like, if we're trying to get this, we're trying to spend this money, that seems to be almost the easiest thing to do, is just give it to the people, because that's who it's going to go to anyway. I get calls from people saying that they're behind on their electric bill. Some people are saying they don't have money to buy water. Some people, are scared because they don't have enough money to buy food. People are unemployed. And now, we have to think in terms of, the other enterprises and how they have been affected and what's going to happen if we don't, if this virus continues. And, we talked about the first wave and the second wave. We are still on our first wave, and everybody else around us is on their second wave. So I don't think we're going to have a second wave. I think we're just going to go right into, this thing is just going to keep continuing. And as much as we want to say that the numbers are going to start to come down, we have to think about what's happening around us, what's happening around the Navajo Nation. And that's, and the truth of it is everybody else, their numbers went down, and then they opened back up, and now their numbers are rising. So I'm just wondering, with all of these amendments that are being made to projects, I just want to ask, is there a 100% guarantee that these projects will be completed, as in we will have water, or we will have telecommunication towers? We will have something to say, look, government, this is what we approve money for, and there it is. You can see it with your own eyes. You can feel it with your own hands. And I think that those are the projects that we should be talking about. Otherwise, we're allocating money to projects that we have already been told cannot be completed by December 30th, 2020. And so it just makes me wonder, why are we having these discussions if we have already been told that these projects cannot be done by December 30th, 2020? And if that's the case, then let's just give the money to the people. Let's just let them have that money so that they can do what they need to get through each day. And I think that, that yes, there's going to be some work. We're going to have to figure out how many Navajo people are out there on and off the reservation. But, I think that that's the only way that we can actually help our people. So with that, Speaker, I'm going to go back on mute. And I hope that, with each amendment that's being offered with this legislation, that the sponsor can come out and say, okay, I'm proposing this amendment, and there's a 100% guarantee that this project will be done by December 30th. Otherwise, we're just talking about ideas, and we're not really talking about a solution. So with that, Speaker, I'm going back on mute. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair Charles Newton. With that, let me go on down to Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Chairman Aro, sponsor for the legislation from my Aro Kudo Shadeji Hadzi, I thought Charles Newton again. I thought allegation Hadzi when we were talking about these different proposals, plans that Egida could I Hadzi, so could also I don't the Kenya so there was two other plans I saw. So the kids says that the snow could out because also show could need out these individual families that Hegida could the husband which in the house Egido but has anige so could also so that there's Mr. Essential workers they sending that there's PEP workers that Hegi under that from the CHID program, construction crew, Dangi, that's the Sa, Kodogi, he's a lot of peso that your kid is so. But Sinad and Linigi, but so Cabanella Kit and Linigi, and then Hawan, that's Kai. And let the last on the low can Kaho Aya. Oh, that is not opening now, or are there? And the house Kai, Ebenina. I saw a peso, I saw at your kid, I saw. Also on here, so for the best friend in the clinic, so you can stay the husband, so you can get the husband again, which is the husband on it, hope that then, though, since it's about that, then the so done. A don't send the
could Shayaho, could instant, could a bit instant and next sa. So could a Yapasiados, it was Shado, close down next door. Could the open circuit out of the gate or in on. I don't can does the government offices that the shop. Georgia a prevention, but yeah. That is cut that eggy in the restaurant when you have so it are the things that eggy in the soap dispenser that eggy the toilet journals the sensors that eggy the papa dolls need a store so I say article of prevention that out on the artist that is cut and then get that store for the offices out on the Cordova workstations that eggy that the shop. So supervisors and then get so IT in this they're still trying to find money. I thought to find where they can get the buildings clean, their workstations clean. And that's such it. So ako without a open hospital list. Better than the clinic. I consult
Thank you. With that, let me go back to sponsor, Honorable Keon Begay. I have everybody else in the queue, that's why.
Speaker, I believe they with the delegate Smith Hadzi, that was more of a question to you. Ado Kudoshina Chairman Nez asked a question pertaining to a slide regarding subrecipient ADG Kudo United Desk to the controller. Ado Mr. Yeller here, still clarification. Nego Hadzi with an agreement with the controller's response. Ado Kudo Shema Newton Hananati Charles Newton. More of per capita process recommendations, but at the end, what assurance does what's the assurance that these projects will be done when making allocation for certain category? What's the assurance that the project will be complete? Jo do shama kodobana den kidigi jo isiki the only way if NTUA is saying that they're able to spend 32 million into a wireless, 32 million, and this is just a nation level, a reservation, Indian reservation level wireless service provider. But yet, what we're just trying, and I'm thinking, we're talking about a global, global companies that is able to provide resource and help establish telecommunication on the Navajo Nation. I mean, these are global companies. I'm not specifically advocating for any specific. And 30 million. Again, the notion is that hoping that the 30 million will become 60 million, meaning that they invest themselves as well. So the global companies, AT&T, Verizon, and whoever's out there is willing and want to work with the Navajo Nation, the customers, the government. I think we have to reach out to other companies for certain area. I mean, the same way I say that NECA cannot do this alone quickly. We have to reach out to other outside companies to help establish water line to the Navajo people. And the overall, the main process is the right-of-way process. That's the key theme for the Navajo Nation. RDC members, Chairman Nez, travel TAA approved Delia. And then we are getting recommendations that these funding, these progress, additional legislation could be done. Not necessarily just a free-all extending water line, power line, broadband, and whatever needs to be disturbed of the land. There still has to be complying with certain policy. Again, the land department, fish and wildlife, but somehow they need to make a recommendation. This is the proper, fastest procedures that we could do in getting connected of our service providing for our Navajo people. So, companies on Liniki Satoshi Ichi so either way, even though if we give the money to NTUA, they still have to reach and go out to the outside company, because you're talking about all these manufactured products that have to be purchased. NTUA doesn't own those or make those. They have to purchase all of these equipment from the outside or any other company, pipelines, machinery, all these. They have to purchase all of these off the reservation. So that's my thinking. And I am getting some assurance, working with the First Net, that as long as the nation, and they are complying, will comply and have been complying, to my understanding, that they have been working with the tribal government in establishing these First Net towers on the Navajo Nation. So, in more of agreement with the statement made by Shema Smoon, the per capita and how we can move forward in getting these done. So yes, there is a question. If we're not able to do them, why is it that we are talking about it? I hope I've answered and respond clearly back to my colleague that had asked and posed question, Mr. Speaker.
All right.
Be respectful, who's ever on the line.
Okay, colleagues. As of right now, I don't have anybody else on the line, on the queue, lined up, ready to go.
Speaker, this is Delegate Slater.
Let me go to Honorable Slater, then Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Shania, Chair, Speaker. I would request to the motioning party a modification to include the Diné College distance learning updated exhibit to the same broadband section that's being amended right now. In our amendments over the past week, the exhibit was erroneously removed and the funding needs to be restored. So I ask that the Office of Legislative Counsel distribute that amendment right now with the appropriate exhibit. yet, and thank you for your consideration, Sash.
Speaker, could I get clarification, Delegate Slater, the request? My apologies.
Thank you. I'm requesting to add an amendment drafted by the Office of Legislative Counsel to update and restore the funding for the Diné College distance learning model or program that has been presented. Because it is amending the same broadband section and for the sake of ease of discussion.
So right now it's only 69.
Speaker, you want me to respond back right away, Speaker?
Go ahead.
Okay. Looking at the amendment that I have before you guys, that's before us.
61.
So page 4, line 23, increase amount by 30 million. Page 5, line 26, after college, insert A, that's my amendment. So specifically, where in this particular page, or would we ask Ms. Barbara to, if anything that we need to do to help improve broadband service on the Navajo Nation, yeah, I'm in the support slot. So could we, Speaker, if we could be able to, or is it necessary to do it as one, or could this be done, or could it be done separately, Speaker, or Ms. Barbara?
Is Dana on the line?
I am on the line. I thought the question went to speaker.
Well, let me clarify that. I guess from Honorable Kiambige's question, it's indicating that the amendment states that. Gosh, here it is. That on page 5, line 27, after college. This the non-tribal owned eligible telecommunications carriers, ETC, was put in here with this amendment. My question to you, I guess, Honorable Kiambi and Honorable Slater's question, Ms. Barbroff, is the Diné College funding when the original legislation was dropped, the Diné College had an amount of, what is it? Much? $6.2 million added in there. And it was the distance learning environmental development. Now that question is that still in the legislation?
Thank you, Speaker. That's actually the question that I have sent out to your Office of Legislative Services. I believe the sponsor, about the extent of Amendment 1 at at the HESI committee. Amendment 1 at the HESI committee speaks to, it says in Exhibit 5, replace the broadband section of the document with the titled NTUA CARES Act funding request consisting of a summary sheet, a 2020 detail, a 2021 detail, and a 2020 detail. My question is, if that amendment is worded right, if that's what was actually requested at HESI, then you essentially took out the funding to native broadcast, well actually to DIT, to native broadcast, to Navajo Technical University and Dene College, and replaced it with funding to NTUA. If that amendment, so that's how the amendment reads, that is, to me, that is in the HESI committee report. It's Amendment 1, Paragraph 3. That's why I've been requesting info about it. If that was not the intent of the amendment, then that would change things. And certainly if that's not the intent of the amendment, then Dene College's funding would stay in. And then as would funding to information technology and to native broadcast and to Navajo Technical University. However, I believe there was a subsequent amendment at RDC to add back in the funding to Navajo Technical University. So that's why I've been asking that question. I don't think I have gotten an answer to it. Thank you, Speaker.
Good night, Chair. This is Dougie Plater. I presided over that at HESI, I believe. I think both the amendments at HESI, the first two were offered by Delegate Charlene So, and the last one by Delia Halona. The one for broadband, the intent was to include the NTUA updated information as an exhibit within the broadband section and not to replace or supplant any of the other funding that was provided for in that section. So there's an opportunity to either fix that here or amend it in some other manner. I think that was the legislative intent, and we should defer to maybe the first and seconds right now, or whatever protocol you identify.
Well, that was the intent to add on just the Dene College. Actually, the intent was just to increase. Go back up here. The intent was just to increase from the amendment in this section was by Honorable Charlene So to increase the amount from $20 million on the first fiscal year to include for all years under NTUA wireless. And that was increased to that $61,486,555. So what you're saying is that was just to increase that one amount, right, Honorable Slater? And everything else was to stay the same?
Yes. I believe that the appropriation made to providers was supposed to flow through DIT. I think that is probably the correct protocol still. Now, that said, Dene College provided an updated exhibit, aka the expenditure plan that shows all the budget line items. They were requested to put it into the Navajo Nation budget documents, which I think is the appropriate legible to all of us and to the government. So I would like to update the exhibit, no matter what, for the Jack College distance learning program.
Wait. So in that, Ms. Barbara, I guess this question back to Legislative Council. If that was the intent, and that's what the chair is saying, that was what the intent at that time for the amendment was, just to add on the additional money for NTUA wireless, but not touch or delete Navajo Department of IT for 3.4 million. Our NTU's broadband for 470,000. Native American broadcasters for 393,000, and Dene College for 6.4 million.
Thank you, Speaker. If that was the intent, I would strongly recommend, because this is committee reports are the legislative record, that the committee report be amended to reflect that, what the intent was. The word replace, as used in there, makes it very, very confusing, at least from a legal perspective. So if it was just an addition, then I think we're proceeding just fine, but I do recommend that the committee report be updated, and certainly Delegate Key Allen's amendment to replace Exhibit 5, that still needs to go forward, because Exhibit 5 that Delegate Begay is using, the new one, that speaks about the criteria for how a ETC would get funding and the process that goes through. There actually is, as Delegate Begay mentioned, a application competitive type process, and so that should be in the expenditure plan. So what would be needed to be done here, I think, is just amend the committee report. Not a big deal, and it can be done, I think, later. We don't have to stop the world to do it now. And then Key Allen Begay's amendment works in just fine, and then Delegate Slater's amendment can just be to add his updated plan to the other exhibits in Exhibit 5.
So then can the request for modification go through as simple as it's the exhibit? I can drive back to Windrock today or over the weekend. Whenever you identify.
Honorable Slater, can you state that again? I couldn't hear you. You're in the wind. Honorable Slater?
Speaker, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, so can the replacement exhibit request for modification continue, if that's the case?
Yes.
Thank you.
But I don't have it. Do you have it? Does anybody have it emailed to them? The replacement for Dene College. He said there's an updated. Hold on. That's it? Go down. He said there's. Go down, go down. Go down. Go down. Go down. Is that, Honorable Slater, did you say there was Navajo Nation budget forms with it too as well?
Speaker, I just sent it to you.
I can't call you now.
Okay, so he just, the Honorable Slater, it seems like what you sent was just the budget forms, but the actual proposal itself is still the original document. So you're not swapping it out. You're just adding these budget documents onto the, adding it into the packet. Correct?
It's those budget documents, and then in the second email is the proposal that's been updated.
Oh, I got a second email just now. Oh, I got it. 8.4. Where's the last one? So it went from 6.4 to 8.4.
Yes, this was submitted to Ledge Council and the sponsor yesterday.
Okay. Honorable Keon Begay, request to modify.
Again, so granted, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Slater, your second. Honorable Slater, you good?
Yes, Speaker. Catch that.
Okay. Now I have one question now. My one question is this, Ms. Barbara. Before I move forward, is that in your new Exhibit 5 that you swapped out, in there it's only talking about $30 million to broadband telecommunications. It's not talking about, go back to. It's not talking, it doesn't talk about NTUA wireless. It doesn't talk about Navajo Department of IT, NTU's campus support, Native Broadcast Entertainment, and Dene College. So does this Exhibit 5 need to be updated too as well?
Thank you, Speaker. The original Exhibit 5 that I have, and hopefully I have the right original Exhibit 5, my exhibit does not specifically mention any of those. Those entities are mentioned in the legislation itself on page 5. Just a second. Page 5, paragraph D. That is where the allocations of funding come. If I don't have the first original exhibit, which sounds like I don't, because you're apparently seeing the entities listed, then I gotta get it. I have to have a second.
No, Ms. Barboff, you're correct, but I guess my question back to you is this. You're in the Exhibit 5 that Honorable Keon Begay, in his amendment is stated that there's only $30 million. It only talks about $30 million in two places. And in both of those places, it's talking about one is that of the money, it goes to broadband telecommunications, non-tribally owned eligible telecommunication carriers. The second one is the same thing, non-tribal owned telecommunication carriers. But in the original one, there was
dollar
no
amount.
the
yes.
dollar amount was changed. So my
Right,
question
yes.
to you is that do we need to add another dollar amount in there that will specifically allow for the other funding for, I don't know if he wanted to do in the first one, the original one, it stated for the first year. But now it seems like Honorable Keon Begay is saying that this 30 million will be done in the first year too as well. So I don't know if you just want the dollars just for the first year.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Looking back at this agreement, what I apparently somehow left out, I don't know how that happened, is a sentence that reads, subject to extension of the deadline of the CARES Act, additional projects totaling such and such an amount shall be prioritized. There is also, there is a dollar amount in there for first-year projects. And so, you know, it's hard for me to say. This is becoming very challenging here. And what is really challenging right now is the continual changing of the amounts. So what I'm thinking is that if somebody will give me a dollar amount for the first year projects, I will insert that in to this Exhibit 5, and if somebody can give me a dollar amount for the second and third year projects or such, I can insert that. Or, so that's one option, or we can go to, we can go through it, do it a different way, and that I just add in the original amounts that were in the original Exhibit 5, and then before final vote on this legislation, give OLS and my office the opportunity to provide technical amendments that will get all of the dollars updated in all the different places to the correct amount. So with that, Speaker, I need some guidance from your shop, or yourself, excuse me.
Go back to M. Colleagues, give me two minutes. Okay, Madam Chair. I mean, no, Madam Chair. Ms. Barbara. Ms. Barbara, this is a question. This is my question to you. My question is that, so, colleagues, can you please mute your phone? Ms. Barbara, my question to you is this. So what you're going to do is you're going to let Honorable Carl Slater amend his committee report. And in the amendment, the committee report, it's going to state that Madam Chair or Madam Honorable Charlene So amendment only included to add on the additional funding for NTUA. It did not strike out anything else.
That is correct.
Okay, so that's all I need to know to give you a number now. No.
Thank you, Speaker. I need you to repeat that. I have lots of echo going on my phone. Thank you.
Send it to you. Text messages for the record, though. It is.
Either way would be fine. Thank you.
It is $28,638,348. Hey. With that, with that, back to the modification. Honorable Slater, Honorable Naabik'íyáti. Modification. So moving on down. On Amendment 1. Madam Chair, Cardi, you're up.
Thank you, Speaker. What I just wanted to thank my colleagues with your patience and understanding what we're finding, and that's why we're making sure that the amendments are proper, that they identify the first year if they're CARES eligible. And so we'll expect that also from our enterprises and make sure when they provide amendments that they're in order. And I want to thank Delegate Kealan Begay for the amendment so that we can have broadband service across Navajo Nation. And thank you, Delegate Slater, for asking for the amendment to properly fund the Cadet College, Department of IT, and others who are our partners in creating full broadband for all of Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, is there any other comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Hello, Speaker, this is Delegate Yeller here.
Honorable Yeller, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to ask my brother Kealan Begay, like for the Black Mesa side. I think this is all money that requests to be covered to the entire Navajo Nation. So we need broadband on the Black Mesa area and my fire chapters. If it's this the case for all chapters to cover this area broadband, I'm very happy about it. And all the make sure that we're not underfunded entirely for the Navajo Nation broadband. Although that this may be another amendment that Black Mesa and Peabody area that I bring this to the attention on all of my colleagues that I submit my legislation. My legislation is ready. $45 million million water line project. 1.5 million. It will be a separate amendment that will be involved with the water project. Speaker to I don't know Kealan. So Honorable Slater. Those not on Donald. That's not slide 24. Navajo Nation Council says. Any questions that I have, maybe I can overlook. I'd like to ask this money, just what we're doing right now. Please come on. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I'm going back on mute now.
Colleagues, we have some individuals that are not on mute. colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1?
Speaker Henio.
Chairman Henio, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Tiller. This is 24th Navajo Council. I'll check for sponsoring this amendment. But the question I have is, I'm trying to listen here through the whole process, but I can't get to lose the signal. But question here is, we have our own enterprises that Navajo Nation Council created. Named, I'm thinking about the Dene Development Corporation, DDC. And I understand through their listening to sitting on their meetings, this is part of their expertise is broadband development, I believe, under their so their umbrella, they are have the capability and capacity to make this happen also too. So is there a way they can be a partner and just $30 million too? So this way we know that that other Navajo entities that are contributing to the expansion of broadband on the Navajo Nation. So just thought I'd ask my chief that could be incorporated into his amendment. Again, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Yellow Hair.
Speaker, this is Delegate Gator.
Honorable Henio's question. Let me go back to Honorable Keelan-Begay. Or actually, Honorable Keelan-Begay.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I don't know comment to those kidiki. First one, Kudoshima, Ms. Crowdy, Nazi, the process and the format on this particular legislation, including all the amendments for further support. Other Kudosh Shana, Mr. Yellow here. Yes, the 24 delegates, we have, each of us have certain chapters that needs coverage. So it will be a matter of the telecommunication office, the regulatory office, and the telecommunication and utility office in working with the land department to make an overall assessment of which area could be and can be a target, could be a priority to initiate and establish cell towers. And obviously, lead cell tower chapters, ongoing cell towers, IC, beta, that Nikki obviously will probably be a priority in a way, but we'll leave that up to the Navajo programs to help. I mean, like for example, I mean, for me, Low Mountain doesn't have a permanent. It does have a temporary, which is on wheels, meaning that it can be it could leave whenever it can. So that I should all unit chapter so a those area and other area does need, even though chapter big another was 10 or 10 bigger that it does, but towards getting off the road, off the road. So that some chapter will need additional towers. So those are the areas. I mean, that goes to the question, Mr. Henio, adding a language to Niniki on for it, because the overall intent, other colleague, is that all of those carriers, though the cell service in the secure towers established at the I guess that's the overall purpose Yes, just like water line. If we just rely on NECA, it will take years and years and years to bring water to the Navajo people. Establishing subcontract or even our own Navajo businesses. Reach out at that and maybe the language could say and can say is that to eat opaque at the class that I see on the Benohodni that on the Choto, which I hate Ada. So if you believe that other than the Navajo Nation NTUA Choice Wireless is able and capable, or even our own, then maybe there's some private Navajo phone company that can help in establishing these sales towers. Maybe, yeah. I mean, so that Hagi has always created don't miss, but in the duty, the amendment is Nagi or so piece of puppet adult, so quacky, these appropriate departments, has all, yeah, Kate did on this Kodo, base of Ziniki, the Hota, Nico, it also thought teacher, covering the Navajo Nation corner to corner, it, I should say. So I'm all in it. So, like I said, if you're maybe just maybe Ms. Barbara can ask, I don't know how much modification could be requested on this amendment. Mr. Slater's requested and then you're adding the language. So I can go ahead and accept that particular a modification as well. So, Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, if I may, this is Dana. I have a question for Delegate Begay.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the question. Delegate Begay's amendment includes funding for eligible telecommunications carriers. My question would be, I'm having a hard time hearing the conversations, but if I'm correct, the request is to add, oh my gosh, my mind went black. What's the name of the entity? The Navajo entity, Dene Development Corporation, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this is my question. Delegate Begay's amendment is limited to eligible telecommunication carriers that are certified by the Federal Communications Commission. Does Dene Development Corporation meet that criteria?
Speaker, if I may. Speaker.
Yes, I don't know who this.
I believe they are a federal contractor. So I believe they can do. Yes, they're a federal contractor. And at the same time, they have. I believe they do meet that criteria. Speaker, maybe you can help me.
Perhaps someone could reach out to them. My understanding that eligible telecommunication carriers get a special certification from the Federal Communication Commission. But I would make the recommendation that, or maybe a suggestion, that if Dene College does not meet that criteria, that perhaps once they've put together some type of expenditure proposal of what they think they can do for the nation, we could add that in as a separate amendment.
and get funding directly to them if that's the desire of the council, instead of having them go through this competitive application process that is for non-tribal owned ETCs. That's just a suggestion. I just need some help on how to draft this.
Hello?
I'm still here, but I'm done with my questions, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay.
Speaker?
Yes. 1, 2, 3. There's 52. Honorable, let me get back to those questions. Ms. Barbara, I'm having staff call them around right now.
Thank you.
With that, was that Chairman Henio again?
Yes, that's me. Just if I can, Speaker, and Chase, E.L. McGay, thank you for accepting that recommendation. And with the Native Development Corporation, this is watching them and listening to them when they do presentations. I believe that they, for BA Corporation, I think it was a tribal BA Corporation owned business by the Navajo Nation. And so I'm just thinking that maybe they have a lot of work experience with the telecommunications and broadband data. And I understand during one of their presentations, they were working with the Department of Defense on these types of contracts. So my thinking is that if we put them into this mix and maybe make him a program manager, they can do the outsourcing and get this $30 million spent right away before December 30th. Is what I'm thinking about, because we do need the broadband out there, but we need an entity that will be able to push it through its own contacts and outsourcing, and that way, through their own procurement policies, they can be more efficient. Here, we're stymied by our own red-taped procurement policies of who has to sign this and who has to go through this and review that. And by that time, it's already December 30th. Through the corporation, I think they would be more efficient. Is my suggestion. That's what popped into my head when I was listening to this whole conversation. I forgot that we do have that entity under our umbrella. So, Che, thank you. We can consider that. I appreciate it. Kushina, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman.
You'll hear back on the line.
That, let me, while we're still getting those answers for you, Ms. Barbara, let me continue on down on the amendment. 1, Honorable Begay, Elmer Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. I wrote amendment. Yeah, I wrote to the Galen. My question goes to looking at the amendment that that was put in place. God, how much percent is this $30 million will be going to just for the setup, where the main setup is going to be like an office? How much will be going to that, and then hiring the people and all that? I think what I'm worried, really looking at is the people. How many people will have access to that relating to COVID-19? I don't know if the electric percent. If we put this in place to $30 million. How many people will we benefit off of that in relating to COVID-19? That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Begay. Let me go ahead and go back. Honorable Keon Begay. Question.
Speaker, I don't know. Can you go back to Mr. Henio? The D-Land if there needs to be a modification, I guess I'm okay with it. For the inclusion, but I don't know if any other delegate will have a question specifically for that particular company. Again, the overall intent is that how many of cell service carrier could be able to help establish telecommunication on the Navajo Nation. That's the ultimate goal. Yes, somebody has to be in a way managing who, that's why going through the land department, going through the regulatory office and so on is proper. Now, there's no specific percentage is being recommended. And we're not establishing office. That's not the purpose. Office established that just I thought, like for example, into a just I thought established the base of in la tower so they already have the resources, they already have the staffing. So the amendment because I know that Shell One has towers on the nation, AT&T or T-Mobile Sacred Wind towers service on the Navajo Nation. Great item in this administration, the businesses already are established. Based on the nothing but establishing another tower on the Navajo Nation where it's needed. And how to take it depend on this AEC. And as you know, I mean, we need the Navajo Nation needs cell service for health, education, public safety, 911, and so on. But to Ecuador here, Division of a Regulatory Commission, store telecommunication utility office, store, and then in the Navajo Nation program, land department. That they have to go through those offices in order to establish these towers in certain areas of the Navajo Nation. Brother, Mr. Elmer Begay. Speaker, that's my response.
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So put me on the queue.
Moving on down. Honorable Yellow Hair. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, a little. Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, to the speaker. And also, I want to say thanks to my brother, Mr. T. Allen McKay, also Mr. Hanio, and also another brother I have. You want to know that Elmer McKay for the plan that we have like this. We're all working for our people out there, entire Navajo Nation. This is Kadachi, this is not Sintos, this Dogo, Creek, Senta, this now, Tilijo, Invigito, Nahuita. Yeah, all I supported, that's my short comment. Thank you, Speaker. God bless. And I'm driving to Wonder Rock. We shall get that legislation for 2021. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, moving on down. Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you there, Priscilla.
Colleagues, hold on, Chairman So. There's a lot of background noise. Okay, Chairman Daniel So, go ahead.
Thank you, Priscilla. Ado Shiche. Bagi amendment nil so digito Priscilla. Honorable Slater, Craigie, second in law. Iso Sadigi, Dog Constantine, Sato, Bonsis case. It's regarding an email that we had received on Wednesday. The email, the overview, it says cyber infrastructure differs from traditional web and broadband access in its focus and magnitude. The high-performance computing and networking resources of cyber infrastructure enables educators, scientists, and students opportunities to create and collaborate in entirely new ways, experiencing processes and results even if technology and data sets are thousands of miles away. Many institutions of higher education are engaged in this new kind of scholarly inquiry education, empowering their communities to innovate and revolutionize what they do, how they do it, and who participate. Oko Kwagi Bisa Digi, your amendment, I'd like to include this aspect of cyber infrastructure. Those that are in the businesses of internet and so I'd like to just request for a modification on your Amendment 1 to include the words cyber infrastructure without a change Honorable Key Allen Begay or Honorable Carl Slater. Without a hasid or Speaker, that would be my statement and request to the moving parties.
Okay, thank you. That request to modify, Honorable Keon Begay.
Speaker, though, I don't check modification in KDG. I don't know where specifically that particular language could go into. I don't have a problem with that, Chair. But maybe if Ms. Barbara could get clarification where the requested modification could be inserted. Speaker.
Okay. Maybe Ms. Barbroff under purpose, under the broadband telecommunication expenditure plan, the new Exhibit 5, maybe we could add that in the second paragraph to include
Speaker, thank you. I'm open for suggestions as to where to put it in. I don't know that I got the email that Chairman So is talking about, although I could have. I sure like all of you, I get 100+ emails a day. So if somebody can tell me where to put it in, I'll certainly put it in. Is it an additional service, or is it just describes overall everything?
Let me go back to Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker Otto, Chief Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbara. It is in regard to another level of, I guess, power. And I'm thinking at the second paragraph after purpose, the second paragraph, the broadband telecommunications.
Okay.
Include, but not limited to, wireless connectivity, educational broadcasting services, including infrastructure. Gosh, I lost that other page. The other page I read off of, I just lost it. But that, I think, would be the place. I could forward you the original
okay.
email that we got. It came for it. In fact, it's so new that they're having a meeting right now between the historical black colleges and the tribal colleges to basically try to get access to those types of higher power telecommunications interconnectivity.
Okay.
So I'll send you that as soon as I find it again.
That sounds good.
Okay. So you got it, Ms. Barbara?
I have not gotten Chairman So's email yet, but as soon as I do, I will get that amendment language ready for you. Or actually, I'll just add it to the revised Exhibit 5.
Yep.
Okay.
Chairman Daniel So, are you going to send her an email, or is it just verbal?
I'm gonna send. I'm trying to find that email.
Okay.
And
all
it
right.
had originally come from Hope McDonald Lone Tree, and that was July 15th. It was when she sent it. And I'm trying to switch through these pages right now to try to find it.
Speaker, perhaps Ms. McDonald could just send it to me?
Okay. We're on it, trying to get it over there to you, Dana. Request to modify, Honorable Naabik'íyáti, so you're good. Honorable Slater, you okay? Good?
Yes, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm okay, Speaker Keller.
All right. With that, I'm going down. On Amendment 1, the main motion, Honorable Otto So.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Yeah, listening to the amendment and listening to the discussion earlier related to what the controller has expanded on and so forth. Number one, one of my concerns is that you have Verizon and believe there's only Verizon towers on Navajo and then Comnet. Then all the others, they're co-locations, T-Mobile, other cellular phone companies. And they're piggyback riding off of either Cellular One towers or EQA. So with that, these areas, I'm thinking through the FCC, these cellular phone companies are given areas to roam, or their area. And how will that play into, we know that the Navajo Nation has approved that Cellular One and NTUA Choice Wireless is the main wireless companies on Navajo. And these other companies would be secondary. So for instance, you get into an area that has a Cellular One tower. You know, whose area is it really relating to the airspace? So if it's given to Cellular One, eventually you're going to have to work with Cellular One. If that airspace is given to the Choice Wireless, that they have these towers, you know, I think we have to keep them in the loop, because at the end of the day, when say you bring in a third-party contractor to build these things, who's going to provide that service? Do they have a contract with Navajo to provide that wireless service? I did on 23rd Council. I talked about bringing in another telecommunication on Navajo, and at the time the delegates frowned upon it. And, oh no, we're okay with Cellular One and NTUA. And you know, it's just and I do agree. We need to bring some sort of competition back into the Navajo Nation, because whether the bills are too high with Cellular One or Verizon or NTUA. But what I'm getting to is that, you know, I've been with Cellular One, and, you know, I get good service, yeah, but it just costs as much as, I mean, not good service, okay service. It just costs as much as if you go with Verizon or AT&T, you'd have a better cellular phone company to provide service to you. That's the reason why I have Verizon. So that's what it is, and who's going to maintain and provide that O&M on that cellular phone tower when it's completed? So that's just one area that I look at. At the end, when these build-outs are done, who are we going to transfer it to? Are they going to transfer it to Cellular One? Are they going to transfer it to Choice Wireless? Or are they going to transfer it to Navajo Communication Process? You know, and who's going to manage it? And who has that FCC license to actually maintain and monitor those phone signals, whether it's geared to public safety or whether it's geared to whatever. But there's always have to be monitoring going on because of emergency purpose or communication purpose and things like that. But at this time, I think the conversation should include Navajo NTUA Choice Wireless related to this matter, because they are the main carrier, one of the main carriers on Navajo. And yes, the Navajo Nation owns 51% of that Choice Wireless. But what I'm getting to is that the Choice Wireless, bottom line is 51% is Navajo. And then the other is that could we use these dollars to buy out, I think it's ComNet that they're having that owns the other 49%. Can we use this CARES Act to utilize to buy out ComNet? So that's all. That's just my thought and my grip around this thing here. And then this was Honorable Chairman Sol's amendment, adding in the building out on I guess the cyber language that he's putting in. 30 million is just going to go down the drain just like that. I would possibly look at increasing that number, because if you're going to talk about building out cyber mechanism into this, it costs a lot of money, and you're going to have to adjust it. How much is it going to cost additionally to add those apparatus onto those towers? Thank you.
Hey, colleagues, any other comments, questions on Amendment 1? There's none? Once? Going twice? Going 3 times? Whoa, wait. There was still the swap out of Exhibit 5. Miss Barbara, we have an updated one?
Thank you, Speaker. I thought I was waiting. I've added Delegate So's requested amendment to the updated Exhibit 5, but I was still waiting on the information about Dene Development Corporation.
Shoot.
I got confused listening to the discussion about whether the desire for Dene Development Corporation would be for them to oversee, manage, whatever word you want to use, the $30 million to the ETCs, or if Dene Development Corporation was looked at as a ETC and would be eligible to apply for some of the $30 million. So.
Well, let me go ahead. I thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Mr. Sosi, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
I'll hand the floor over to you. There was a question about ETCs and possibly, I don't know how long you've been listening on. Thank you for calling in. But we were just looking at seeing if it was a possibility to get the assistance from some enterprises to help spend these dollars, and in this case, 30 million to help with external telecommunications companies.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and hand the floor over to you if you want to introduce yourself to the Naabik'íyáti committee.
Okay, thank you. This is Austin Sosi. I'm the CEO of the Dene Development Corporation. I've been the CEO for the past 4 years. Austin Sosi, the best legend is ta chini bashish chin ashi dashish chin nakai Dene dashnela. Through the Dene Development Corporation, we have many opportunities to work with the federal government on large contracts, small contracts of all sorts of sizes. About 85% of our business is IT driven, where we have managed systems, connected data, and work with the federal government on opportunities all over the world. And so, we are definitely interested in being a resource for the Navajo Nation, being able to oversee, these projects, because when you need a technical resource to help spend this money right and have full transparency and accountability, we're used to providing reports of the such. So we are definitely interested in being a oversight or program management or executive sponsor, however you want to phrase it. We have that capacity and ability. Does that answer the question?
Speaker, this is Dana.
Go ahead, Ms. Barbara.
It answers my question except for one additional question, but where that would interplay in right here is under Delegate Begay's $30 million to fund non-tribal owned eligible telecommunication carriers. The way I am understanding it is that Dene Development Corporation is not a ETC, an eligible telecommunication carriers, but they would be interested in essentially managing that $30 million, managing those ETCs. Right now, helping to select those ETCs. And right now, that process of managing, selecting, overseeing is right now delegated to Navajo Nation Department of Information Technology with the assistance of Navajo Nation Telecommunications and Utilities Department. So with that little bit of info, I don't know exactly if we would be looking at Dene Development Corporation as replacing DIT in this scenario, or if it would just be providing technical assistance. So that would be my number one, my first question. My second question is, I am presuming that Dene Development Corporation will just be donating their services. I'm kidding. They will need some type of compensation for their services, and I don't have a dollar amount for that. So those would be my remaining questions, Speaker. Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Sosi, and then I'll go back to Honorable Keon Begay.
Okay. So the way I see it is that DDC, we would like to be the program manager, right? And now that the way the legislation reads, from my understanding, is that Navajo Nation DIT would receive the CARES Act funds for telecommunications and broadband. Then Navajo Nation DIT would contract with NCUA to be the PM for the monies, and but we are wanting to
Mr.
DDC
Sosi,
is hello?
Mr. Sosi, hold on real quick. Hold on. Colleagues, can you please mute your phones? Thank you. Mr. Sosi, go ahead.
Okay, so the DDC would like to be the PM for these monies, and because we have experience with connecting telecommunication companies to fulfill our own needs, and so and yes, we would be wanting to make some sort of monies for just for our staff to be able to focus on these efforts.
Thank you, Mr. Associate, with that. Shay, Honorable Kiambe.
Speaker, though, again, the focus is how could we utilize these funding to establish telecommunication, effective telecommunication throughout our Navajo captures, Navajo Nation. That's the overall, and that's where a lot of the program, the technical part comes into play, which are our land department, our telecommunication regulatories, and the telecommunication utility officers, and so on. They are just a quite base of public equity needs are the base of out and who will be eligible, because all those that come forth are obviously they will be subjecting themselves to these regulatory regulations of these funding that's coming with. CARES Act funding requirements will probably will come into play, but leaving that into the hands of our enterprises, our programs, Navajo Nation programs. So with all these amendment recommendation and requests, I have no problem with that, Speaker. Though, offices his own as Kate did on the he developed $200. So what that ego ani ICT connect now the quite base of fund do Mr. Kojodi may not base of fund just the do ni siki give draw up it get out reason but public equity me now. Another thing that will probably request of these our Navajo Nation offices that they will probably help also get additional funding to the federal government or the state. To quite let's say for this is just an example, a cellular whoever company, any company, cell service provider receives, I don't know, 5 million, and then they turn around and say we want to match from the company, and then at the same time we want to secure funding from the federal government as a matching fund as well. Some of these companies are capable of doing that. According to basic public equity net public net do it all unseated and he's not on a base on the key stuff instead. I thought Saturn he catch so young and then we can have this sheet on this stop. So a question I'm not so I appreciate the conversation, and I simply request for your support in passing this amendment, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kiambe, for that information. So with that, I guess there's two different things and scenarios just to move forward, and that's with your amendment, Honorable Kiambe, is do we move forward with DDC or not? And if so, I think one of the areas of interest that was not answered is that it seems DDC is more than willing to help assist in that process. But the clarity is what is it going to cost to as well for DDC to execute this initiative. And I think that's something that needs to be clarified in the fund management plan too as well. So I look through your leadership on this. This is your amendment, Honorable Kiambe.
Mr. Speaker, Joe Kudo program, the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, out of the Telecommunication and Utility Office of the Navajo Nation, and Land Department. They're the essential part in making sure that the Navajo Nation's policies are abided by. So they will probably, to some extent, be able to making sure that these fundings are appropriated accordingly. If some others can step up to say that we're able and capable, not really just utilize all of it for administrative purpose, but again, the bottom line is that every penny of any funding from the CARES Act should go directly in establishing telecommunication on the Navajo Nation. So if we have a better understanding how the Telecommunication Regulatory Office, the Land Department, or the Telecommunication Utility Office is able to provide guidance of how they could be able to assist getting these infrastructure across the Navajo Nation. Speaker.
See, this is Delegate Slater. I have a question.
Hey, Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Is there, I guess it's for Chief Legislative Counsel Bob Ruff. Is there anything in the way that it's currently set up, where the funding goes to the EIT to administer this, that would prohibit them from contacting with the Development Corporation if they thought it was prudent to do so?
Delegate Slater, thank you for the question. No, there is nothing that would prohibit DIT from contracting to oversee this, to manage it, not only this part, but any other of the projects that are the responsibilities that have been assigned to DIT under the broadband expenditure plan.
Speaker, as I think as the second, I would have to contend to this. I feel like the amendment's unnecessary, and we're spending a lot of time on it, with that said. And we should defer to the executive branch program, because what the controller has expressed is that the more layers we add in, the more layers of accountability we have to reflect back, which just is more hands on the money. If we can simplify things, and we shouldn't overcomplicate it at the outset. Thank you.
Madam, let me refer back to Ms. Barbroff. Are you good with the updated Exhibit 5 now?
Thank you, Speaker. I feel like I'm not exactly clear on my marching instructions as far as Dene Development Corporation is concerned. I can easily replace on this 30 million. I can easily replace Dene Development Corporation as the implementing and monitoring entity for that 30 million. If that's the desire of council, or the sponsor of the amendment, that is great. The one thing that is still missing for me is if there is any additional funding that would be used to compensate them for that management work. And I don't know if that is an increase to the DIT's funding so they can contract with the Dene Development Corporation, or if the desire is for the dollars just to go to the Dene Development Corporation, but I still need a dollar amount, either way.
Right now, Ms. Barbroff, there's no motion, and nobody motioned it, so we are back at square one. It was just a question.
I will get that to you then in just a second.
Okay. That, colleagues, there's going to be a swap out of the updated Honorable Keon Begay. I know you introduced in your original amendment a swap out of Exhibit 5, and that was sent out to everyone. Ms. Barbroff is going to send out a new one, and that is to include what we have discussed along the way. And along the way, through the process, we made clarification on the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. Honorable Chairman, Vice Chair at the time, Pro Temp Chair, Honorable Slater is going to amend the committee report and put that forward and recognize in that the funding for, again, shoot, where's it at? The funding for NTA Wireless, Navajo Department of IT, NTU, Navajo Department of Broadcasting and Entertainment, Dene College, and NTU's new proposal, and the Dene College's swap out will be initiated in there. Plus the original amendment that's known as Amendment 1 for $30 million, Honorable Keon Begay. So as soon as Ms. Barbara sends that out, we're good to go.
Okay, I haven't received anything yet.
It's coming.
Let's see.
Okay, Speaker, I sent it. It should be there in just a second.
The new one's coming in right now. Good.
I'm gonna forward it now.
Forward out to everyone? Yeah. There it is, colleagues.
Slater, can you hear me? I consent
Yes,
to
I
the.
can hear.
Okay. My call dropped. I apologize.
Are you good?
Yeah.
With the swap out of the new Exhibit 5 that was just emailed to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I said yes.
Okay, great. That, colleagues, there's no more discussion on Amendment 1 going once, going twice.
But this includes the Diné College swap out, or is this, because it just says only on the telecommunication side.
Honorable Slater, that's where we will work together with Ms. Barbroff to amend the committee report at Health, Education, Human Services Committee.
And then just swap out the exhibit therein?
Oh.
Okay. I thought this still, okay. Well, I consent to this one. Thank you, Speaker.
Hey, there's no other discussion. Twice. 3 times. Go to board. Vote. On Amendment 1.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Can you come back to me? The amendment language is still trying to download on my phone.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrati.
Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrati votes green.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Otto So. And Honorable Edmund Yazi. Speaker, with a vote of 20 yeas and 0 nays.
Colleagues, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Chair not voting. Motion carries. That, moving on, back to the main motion. Honorable Slater, On the main motion.
Speaker, the issue that I was going to address was addressed in the last meeting. Oh, you're
You're
my
good?
time for now. Thank you. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. That, moving on down. Chairman
Actually,
Daniel
wait,
So.
Speaker, could I ask OLC one question?
Yes, go back to you. Almost later.
Chief, is there
Almost later. We can't hear you. Or at least I can't hear. Slater? Honorable Slater? Daw? Honorable Slater? Hey, going twice. Almost later. Going 3 times. That, moving on. Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Otto Asquitos Azani. I'd like to motion to make amendment number 2. And Ms. Barbara, could you send out the amendment for the Sand Springs proposal? I know that sponsor Ms. Crotty has received that amendment also.
Second that amendment. Speaker, Helena.
Chairman So.
Yes.
Is this the $4 million?
Yes. Basically, based on how you had the question and answer with Honorable Raymond Smith last evening, what could be accomplished between now and December 30th in this particular aspect is the securing of the 50,000-gallon water tank, the design and surveying, and then that would be the initial, and then the other aspects of the continuing right-of-way acquisition, the cultural resources, and environmental studies. That one, this morning's email, I said it was in the amount of, I think it was $973,000 that could be used in year 1. And the actual water line, main line, And the other, the booster pump stations, that would be in year 2.
Morning, he said.
That would be part of the chapter's idea was to secure right of way along 509 and then through a private land.
Okay.
So that is the aspect that I wanted to add to.
Hold on. Colleagues, can you please mute your phones? Like somebody's breaking something out there. Chairman Daniel, so go ahead.
So that is the proposal, the funding request that I would like included in.
What was it for? Okay, can you,
this would be the one that I would want included in the water infrastructure part of this particular legislation. And it would be in addition to Exhibit 3 and the actual languages and the changes are in page 4, line 16, increase the amount set forth by $4,091,736. Increase the cumulative amount set forth in Exhibit 4, page 1, Section 1, by $4,091,736. Add the Sand Spring water supply pipeline packet attached to Exhibit 4. Renumber and re-letter succeeding paragraphs and sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsors of this legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. That would be my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Chairman.
And that's
so
the actual amendment.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Sorry to interrupt you. Chairman, I have a question just real quick before I recognize. I see the 50,000 gallons, and then in your email it says the right of way, and then it says planning design, and then what was the other one? To reach that 937,000.
Yeah. Again, let me go back to the other. It's right-of-way, cultural resources, environmental design, surveying, the electrical, the SCADA communication, and then the big tank. So that would be done by 12/30/2020, and then the other would be in the construction. Mr. Speaker.
Okay. I'm just adding first year. Nine, 3, 7, 7, 1, 2. Chairman Daniel, so the first year would be $937,712. The remaining amount, if the extension would be $3,154,023.
Yes, sir. That would be the breakdown.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hold on real quick on this amendment. This amendment would go to page, you got it? Page 4, line 16?
Yeah.
No, that's not page 4, line 16. Page 4, line 16 is power lines.
Oh.
It would be page 4. This is water lines, right? This is water lines. It would be page 4, line 6. Line 6 and 7, right? Okay. Bring that back up. We're gonna fix this on 2 right now. With this, Chairman, so, can we amend this to change, to fix this? This amendment needs to be fixed at, the one that was completed at Health, Education, Human Services Committee. And if that amendment can be changed, I can read it into the record, and then if you accept that change, and then we could go forth. What had happened at the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, there was amendment by Madam Miss Honorable Charlene So, and that amendment indicated that they were going to strike out the $164,224,317 that was originally on line 6 and 7 on page 4 of 10. And they added in to one amendment, which was adding in a new amount, which was per Jason John's memo dated 7/3/2020. Jason John's memo on 7/3/2020 indicated that amount was what they could do instead of the first year. When he first presented to council, the council indicated, or he stated that him, Mr. McDonald, and Mr. Rex Kuntz could do $64 million. Now indicating in that they can only, that was able to do $117,035,518. That's what Honorable Charlene So did. Now updating that and moving forth on 2 days later, Mr. Jason John and his team made the amendment again in their packet to say that actually what we could do is $120,831,208 for projects in the first year, and that's what supplies and everything that he was talking about, and purchasing bulk stuff, supplies this year, and moving forward in that direction. The second thing that happened was Honorable Halona made an amendment for $63,945,972 for NTUA's wastewater. Now that wastewater was over a period of 5 years. What needed to happen was that we just needed to know what was going to be expended in the first fiscal year. In the first fiscal year, there was only going to be an amount of $7,323,000, not the whole $63.9 million. So as of right now, what we could do is we could swap that out, swap those two out, a 5-year project, the new updated Jason John memo dated 7/5/2020, and then also wastewater management, the N2A wastewater for instead of the full 63 million, it would only be 7,320,000. Staff, can you send those two out? So it's the one for the Jason John memo for 7/5, and then Rex Kuntz sent that updated one yesterday morning for the Jason John or for the wastewater for 7.3 million. So the total amount before your amendment right now would be $124,355,518, and then you would add your $937,712 to that number, Honorable Chairman. So is that good? Are you good to modify that?
Yes.
And that
Yes,
was
I'm
just
good.
because we had to fix that. But that's being sent out right now, Alex. So the amount, the exact amount in the line item is going to be this. With Chairman So's amendment for the first year projects is going to be 125,292,690. Yeah. Now we're sending out those two, the water listings for the updated Jason John one, the 7/5, and then the new Rex Kuntz wastewater one. That, colleagues, just explaining that. If there's any questions, I can explain more on that. But we just had to amend just to make sure it was correct for the first year projects. For the amendments that were done at Health, Education, Human Services. And again, we just want to make sure everything's correct and moving forward. Chairman Daniel So, I'll recognize your motion on Sand Springs and doing the correction. And is there a second?
Second, Delegate Slater.
I second that already.
Was that Honorable Halona?
Yeah. Halona, yes.
If I recognize Honorable Slater, did you say you seconded already?
Yeah, I seconded it right after the first was
Okay.
the motion was made.
I'll recognize you, Honorable Halona.
Thank you.
Honorable Slater, I'll recognize you the next time. Open. No. Yeah, that one. That one right there. That's it. Okay, colleagues, any comments, questions?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel, so thank you for your guidance through this multiple layers of spreadsheets and whatnot. So I appreciate that guidance.
Okay, welcome, Chairman. So, any comments, questions? There also need to Ms. Barbara, if there's no other comments, questions, guidance would be from your level too, Ms. Barbara, I guess, on the exhibit for the Navajo Nation Cares Fund Act, Exhibit 3, or the new numbers that would be in there would be, there's going to be 2 new numbers in there per this in the first year, again, is going to be 125,292,600. Where did you get that?
That's the total of that.
Is going to be this number. Sorry, colleagues. This is I'm trying to. Which it's Can you please give me 1 more minute, colleagues?
Hello?
Madam Chair, colleagues, we're trying to make this amendment correct. Please bear with us.
Yes, sir.
Almost done, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. Sorry for, thank you for allowing us some time to fix the amendment and then moving forward in that. We're gonna email you the amendment as we speak right now. We did send out the Navajo NTUA's wastewater CSN or the wastewater projects over a 5-year period, and that was the one that was tasked with and worked on and was in recommendation at the Health, Education, Human Services Committee meeting, and we were needing that exhibit in order for it to be put into the document. So Mr. Rico has just sent out that amendment. It's a revised amendment. And he'll go ahead and read it into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Amendment 2, page 4, lines 6 and 7, strike 186,574,655 and insert new amount as follows: 129,088,920. Number 2, Exhibit 3, page 1, section 1, strike 64,226,317 and insert new amount as follows: 129,088,920. Strike 291,907,869 and add new amount 387,627,966. 3, add new Sand Spring water supply pipeline packet attached to Exhibit 4. 4, Exhibit 3, add new NTUA water and wastewater project listing dated July 11th, 2020. 5, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly, if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intended language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services and notice to the sponsor of legislation is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, so now we have Chairman Daniel. So you good with that? Those modifications?
Yes, that is very helpful. Thank you, legislative staff. Thank you.
Okay, that Honorable Helena?
Yes, sir. That's fine.
Hey, with that, colleagues, let me go to the floor. Any last comments, questions? Going once?
This is Daniel. Speaker.
Honorable Daniels and then Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Chair. Out of the Naabik'íyáti Committee, Salanzan na hotel just point that dati that all in hotel rate of vote and that issue. But the rate down legislation 0144 nana amendment adazna. I'm just wondering how many more amendments do we have? I call them those Katie in Holland or you did or you should let down Negan hole just got it. So case of data Nana Koto, but I see the data. We are I can watch ego. We are the letter to get out of nation. The number data throughout the Navajo Nation, 110 campuses. Every community there.
Colleagues, hold on. Honorable Daniels, colleagues, can you please mute your phones? What, Honorable Daniels?
Yes, I lost my chain of thought. Every community throughout the Navajo Nation, they're affected, they're impacted by this COVID-19. Western agency areas, chapters, communities, I don't know, Chinle, 45, Eastern, Northern. Kodo. Suma no ihot ayo dish ko aruna di peso kodo ni hit ahigi kodo amendment das negi. Ko oya. Oyo shan klagi da bandi kodo. The Quilana amendment point, but how many more amendments are we gonna make? Arunana Kododam, even though Kododam is not only Linigi Kodo, we have every right to do amendments Kododam, but the Kododam, Gaydam, the Nadish Linigi Joda, Oyaki host, Ego, the Gaydam, throughout the Navajo Nation, Oyaki host, and Halona. Which had how these nation, Arunana Kodona Gaydam. So that's just the five agencies, I don't know here was able to hold on nations for the Ivan just case Kodo. So it is Yakodona Gate over Babana Kido, the Kodota share Kodota. Thank you.
Okay. Just to answer your question, Honorable Daniels, I think there's a couple more amendments. I don't know how many Ms. Barbroff has been working on. Yeah. So, Honorable Daniels, if this does continue on, we do have scheduled meetings this weekend too as well. We do have Naabik'íyáti committee. If we finish today and recess, or actually we would adjourn today and go into a new meeting tomorrow. And that would be starting at 1 o'clock tomorrow, and then also on Sunday at 1 o'clock as well. Honorable Daniels. That moving on down, Honorable Slater.
Chair, I follow.
Go ahead, Honorable Daniels.
Yes, this legislation, been not the Kodona Gate in Tanahalo. Put it well, just Naabik'íyáti hit a gosh into this legislation amendment on the when it was going through committees, but then other Asia, all pensional has got into amendment on the state over Katie to have on the so I'm looking through my list, Kodona Great NTUA's list, and also IHS Kodona Great eligible list is Shia. So Hayla Public Amendment is the sheet of public health with the sheet for the 4 chapters that I represent. So it is for the Nagata committee is the Tahiti Canada it does a hand state and for Ibaban just case of Satati the Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. And this is the committee of the whole, and I know that individuals might have been waiting to work on some of their amendments, but at this time, I have to respect everyone's wishes moving forward. And we know this is there's no cease debates or anything at Naabik'íyáti committee, and the discussions can continue on. And I do believe we are having good discussions, and I thank everyone for taking their time out, their busy schedules, because this is something we need to get completed. So with that, we can continue on. If there's anything, assistance, any delegates need in any kind of amendments or anything regarding position statements with this legislation, please don't look to Speaker's office. We do have staff here, and then also Ms. Barbroff is diligently working on amendments right now, and I think it's taking up most of her time in her evening. So thank you, Ms. Barbroff. That moving on down. Almost later.
Question, Speaker.
Honorable Eugene So.
I was just
Honorable Eugene So, or I can come to you after Honorable Slater.
Okay.
Okay. Honorable Slater.
Thank you.
On Amendment 2.
Thank you. I'd like clarification on which email from the emails that we received recently has the attached exhibit. I just want to be absolutely clear which exhibit we're referring to in this amendment.
What email?
Because we're updating Exhibit 3, correct?
Okay. Honorable Slater, the email went out at 4:10, and it was from Chief of Staff. And in there, the very first exhibit, it's titled, what is the title on top? CSN totals 2020-7/11 is the date. It's NTOA Waste W/WW CSN projects. On there, it's a listing that starts on the upper left-hand side, says Lower Greasewood, all the way down to Shiprock. The very first year in 2020 is $7,323,000. That's the wastewater one. That's the only one where we're adding in right now in this amendment. Also, I bring back that statement. The second one is what Honorable Daniel So is adding in, and that's the Sand Springs. Yeah, and that was the original one. It's dated project funding request for White Horse Lake Sand Springs water supply pipeline. Those are the only two exhibits that are being added in right now. Almost later.
Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So, go ahead. Floor is yours, sir.
I have a question in regards to what you were saying quite a while back, just a few minutes ago, I reckon. You're saying we can go on, this is not a time that we can stop at midnight. Is that right? Citizen meeting can go on after midnight, keep on going till daylight. Is that the point?
The Navajo Nation Council, actually committee rules states that you have to go until the date that the date that your agenda was approved on, Honorable Eugene. So for yesterday and today's date, we approved an agenda for 2 days, Thursday and Friday. Now, if we stayed in and worked past midnight last night, we were eligible to do that because we did notify the public 24 hours in advance that we were going to have a 2-day Naabik'íyáti committee meeting. Today is the last day of that. We started today at 10 a.m., 10:18, I do believe. And from that point moving forward, it does not say that we called another Naabik'íyáti committee meeting until 1 p.m. tomorrow. So that scheduled 1 p.m. meeting has to start at 1 p.m. and we didn't notify the public that we weren't going. We already notified the public, Honorable Eugene, so that we had to end today, Friday, July 17th. So at 11:59 is the latest we can go tonight, and we can't pick up again until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Honorable Eugene. So
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. I thought we might go till midnight. That's what I'm thinking. That's good with me.
okay. That I don't have anybody else on Amendment 2. Went once, went twice, went 3 times. Good board. Vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Want me to send it to you?
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
You can see
votes
who's on the
green.
call. This is the council call.
Is it a council app or
No, it's
WebEx?
Uber conference.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can read it.
Amber.
Mute your phone.
Sorry, colleagues. I'm using the new app and I don't know how to use it.
Honorable Mark Freeland.
I go old school. That's why I just stay on the phone. Honorable Cardi, our sister. Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Holona.
Lorna votes green.
Honorable Pernell Holona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Green. Green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green. Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Come on, Jamie.
Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Speaker with a vote of 20 yeas and 0 nays.
Thank you, colleagues. That 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Voting on Amendment 2, motion carries. My speaker now. Hey. Colleagues, I'm gonna go back to the main motion. Next one up on the list, Honorable Stewart. Floor's yours.
That's okay, Speaker. We did.
Okay. Moving on down. Honorable Brown.
Yes. Is this on the main motion, Speaker?
On the main motion.
Yes, I would like to propose an amendment, a new exhibit, and that would be, I sent the email out to Dana and Tom. I'll be right back. Let me get it. And it's for 25 million for housing, and it would be $1 million for each delegate. And it would be basically housing for families who are in need, multi-generational homes. It might be modular homes. It could be tiny homes, etc. So, I believe the email is. I did send the information out. So, Ms. Barbuff, do you have that available?
Barbara or Miss Lowell. Miss Barbara, Miss Lowell. Barbara.
I'm on the phone. I'm not muted.
I can't hear you.
I don't know what to say. My phone is not muted. Has my phone been muted?
No, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know what the question is.
Oh. Well, Honorable Nathaniel Brown sent an email about an hour ago.
Oh.
And asking for an amendment. I don't know if he contacted you earlier than that, but I know you're doing other amendments as well.
Is this the amendments for that he just walked over to my office to talk about?
Yes, it's for the housing.
Okay, I do not have that amendment ready.
Okay.
Speaker, is there a way that you can come back to me later?
Yes.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay. That, colleagues. Back to the main motion. Any other comments, questions? I don't have anybody on the main motion. But what?
Speaker, Vice Chair.
Mr. Smith, go ahead.
I lost signal. What happened to the amendment by Honorable Brown?
Not ready.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, he's coming That amendment is still being worked out with Office of the Legislative Council.
Okay, thank you.
Coming back to him. Colleagues, any other comments, questions?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Just really quickly, Speaker, is there any way, and I know that we've asked for this in the past, and I'm sure Office of Legislative Services is really working hard to get this done, but with the amendments made to the legislation and then the exhibits also being changed out, can we get an updated version of the legislation and then also the exhibits as well, so that we are keeping up with what's happening? I'm marking out my legislation here, but I just want to make sure that that it's correct with what's being sent to us by email. And then also with the amendments that have been made, those are just additions made to what we've already received with the emails provided with all of the projects that are already on there. Is that correct? One. My second question is, a lot of these projects are, they all have different timelines on them as far as like when I guess just where they're at in the various stages. What I worry is if a person were to pull that up and they were to see that their community project listing was on that list, that they would assume that their community is going to receive whatever's on that list. I hope I'm making sense, but it kind of almost seems like everything that has been provided on those lists are what's been included in this legislation. But my understanding is that, and please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but my understanding is that the projects that are set and ready to go are the projects that will be receiving this money, because Dana did talk about the planning and whether we could include money or whether we could actually use CARES Act money for the planning purposes of some of these projects. I just want to get verification of which projects are going to be receiving money. If it's every single one of them that's listed, then that is more understanding for me. But if it's only certain projects that are on that list, then perhaps we can get an updated list of the projects that will be receiving that CARES Act money. Again, otherwise it just looks a little deceiving that every single project that's listed on those lists that have been provided to us are going to be receiving CARES Act money. Perhaps I'm wrong, but that's the way that I'm looking at this entire legislation is, I guess looking at it from the perspective of a constituent who has not been a part of these meetings, but who is listening in and seeing those lists that are attached as exhibits. So with that, Speaker, those are my two requests and possible, questions that I have about the exhibits that have been attached to this legislation. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, the first question about getting an updated legislation and seeing what was stricken out and what was put in there and how the language looks collectively right now. Office of Legislative Services is continuously working on that, and they are will be done after reviewing again what's being approved on today, especially with the changes that we have done in the corrections they're rechecking the work on the HESI amendment, the correction on the Health Education and Human Services committee report, the two main amendments here that we have done today in those corrections. So they will get something, but it's taking them some time right now, and we're working with the shoestring staff today, Madam Chair. So we'll get it to you as soon as we can. The second one about the updated on the different allocations on if all these projects are getting funding, not all these projects are getting funding. But if you look to every one of these projects, the ones that have the first year standing, those are the ones that are priority, that have been prioritized. So we'll have staff work on that to get that completed and get an update on the approved water projects, the approved NTUA wastewater, the approved NTUA power line, the capacity, the both Hamus and Continental, the solar, wireless, some of the amendment ones that they're still trying to gather as well, but some of the more ones that we have had historically since the first legislation, since we've had those work sessions. You might have most of those documents already too, but we can have staff put that together and see which ones are actually getting funded, that will be getting funded in the first year. And you can see that moving down, but some of these projects we'll just have monetary amounts in them due to the fact that they're still going to be needing some planning out with their lead agents over the next couple of months. Be our next couple, well, hopefully in the next couple of weeks once it's approved, for them to plan out in the state what they're going to be utilizing some of these resources for. Madam Chair. Well, we'll get you the ones that we do have.
Speaker.
Thank you for that explanation, Speaker.
Okay. Pat?
Speaker Freeland.
Arnold Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. Just thinking about all the work that still needs to be done. Could we recess until tomorrow? It seems like there's a lot of catching up that still needs to be done from the staff side, and give them some opportunities to get some documents together. As a delegate that has 8 chapters, and especially rule chapters, I also want to make an amendment potentially, because I'm going to ask for cistern systems, and I'm going to ask for some solar systems as well. So I really going to need some help, but potentially, if we could maybe just look at a recess until tomorrow, and then come back, and we should have all our documents together. Just a suggestion, Speaker, maybe a motion. Thank you.
Where's
I'll second the other here.
Second
the motion.
No.
Ms. Barbara?
I apologize. I didn't realize my mute button was off. I can do 2 things here. One, I can update you, if you wish, on the amendments that are still pending on 0144, meaning the ones I've drafted that haven't been pulled up. I don't know if anybody are introduced, plus the ones I'm still working on. But I want to remind the committee that you have numerous other legislations that you have not addressed, that you haven't voted on, that many of them need to be voted on, or they will not make it to council. I have that you have 5 that you have not voted on yet. a suggestion might be to table this, deal with your other legislations, and reconvene tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Noon.
Hey, hold on real quick, colleagues. Hold on real quick. Colleagues, I'm just trying to get the proper measures on what we can do in order for us to have correct standing on legislation 0144-20. There's a couple of options that we have. I have a motion and a second. Today we can't. We're not going to recess because today's we'd have to adjourn. So there's two options that come to mind. First option is to table this legislation now and table it until tomorrow. Or that would be the best option. Is to table this legislation until tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I think we need to do that, to take that way, to adjourn, so tomorrow can get back on. My colleagues, this is Delegate Yellow here. Thank you, Speaker.
We go back to Honorable Freeland. I know that was his question.
Speaker, if we table 144 until tomorrow at 1 o'clock, could we come back and then maybe address the other legislations that need to be addressed according to Dana today?
Well, I was hoping to allow. I was hoping that we could adjourn right now, Honorable Freeland, and this is the reason why. I have about 12 staff here who need to go get supplies for the weekend, and I want them to be able to get some groceries and some food for their families, and so that they can still continue to work with us tomorrow. So that was what I was looking at as the best benefit for them, because they're going to be working with us all weekend, and they have to get their families situated.
Okay. All right, that's fine then. Abiga, Speaker.
Second that motion.
Well, Honorable Freeland, it's back to you again.
Okay, I'll go ahead and I guess motion to adjourn then. Or modify my motion to adjourn.
Yellow hair.
Hold on.
We should table the legislation first.
Yeah, the table the legislation on.
Okay. Let me go ahead and request that. Let me go ahead and modify that. I apologize. Let me modify that request. I'd like to go ahead and request a modification to table 0144-20 until tomorrow, and all the remaining items left on the agenda until tomorrow at 1 p.m. And then after that, we can, once the vote is taken, to adjourn for the day.
Okay.
Second the motion. Yellow hair.
Honorable Freeland motions to table legislation 0144-30 till tomorrow.
Delegate Paul Begay.
Comments, questions? There's no comment.
Speaker, would that include the remaining legislations as well that are on the agenda?
Those automatically get moved forward. We'll be okay. Those legislations, we're gonna have to add all the legislations back onto the agenda tomorrow that have not been acted on. Hey, motion, Honorable Freeland, second by Honorable G. So, third board, vote. No discussion on the tabling motion. Oh, actually, Madam Chair. Buddy, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll just say that I support the tabling motion. I think it'll give delegates enough time to review the amendments, the exhibits. Delegates, if you have any questions or need technical assistance, we do have staff that can pull together your amendments. We will be working with Department of Water Resources, NQA, solar companies to tighten up this legislation and meet the needs of our people in each of our districts. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Edmund, I'm sorry, excuse me. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Green. Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green.
Oh,
Honorable
wait, this is
Eugenia
recess till
Charles
tomorrow,
Newton.
correct?
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Freeland votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. And Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Speaker, with a vote of 19 yeas and 0 nays.
That, colleagues, 19 in favor.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I tried texting the request to speak, and I checked green, but I didn't hear my vote being counted.
Okay.
I can change it. Hold on.
Speaker, this is Delegate Gator.
Okay. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 21 yeas and 0 nays.
Thank you.
21.
Okay. That, 21 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting, motion carries to table legislation 0144-20. That, colleagues, anybody, Eugene So.
Forgot what I was going to say. I'm just going to motion to adjourn.
Okay, motion to adjourn at 5:11 p.m. Is there a second?
Second that motion. Halona.
Malona. Comments, questions?
Speaker, if we adjourn, then we reconvene tomorrow with the rest of the legislations?
Correct.
No.
Okay. Yes, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, that's the plan. Okay, once, twice, 3 times. The board on adjourning.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Finally fix that. Put it in the second.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Green.
So that's total states that.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Put a fix, I guess. Nabi fixture.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green. Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green. Vote green, thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
I'm going to finish reading my book, Green Eggs and Ham.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Nez votes green.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Honorable Rick Nez.
Votes fish.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Otoso.
I vote green.
Honorable Otoso votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Eugenia Charles Newton votes red via text.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes red via text. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green. Honorable Charlene So. And Honorable Edmund Yazi. Speaker with a vote of 17 yeas and 3 nays.
17 in favor. Hold on real quick. Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Did you get a vote? I don't see her on the line. Oh, I see her. Madam Chair, can you hear me? You're not muted on this side.
Speaker Damon. Delegate Nez here.
Hey, hold on, Chairman is 17 in favor, 3 opposed. Motion carries to adjourn at 5:16 p.m. Oh, actually at 5:11 p.m. Thank you, colleagues. Chairman Nez.
Okay.
Tomorrow, start.
We'll see everyone. Chairman Nez.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Chairman Nez. Chairman Nez. Is he still on? Chairman Nez. I don't see him. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Yes, Speaker, I'm here.
Okay. All right. Now I can hear you.
I was trying to text because I was indisposed at the moment.
Okay, now I know what that text means. My bad. I'm sorry.
I'm good though, right? But the vote counted?
Yep, you're good. Okay, colleagues. Have a safe evening. Thank you, staff, for being online. We'll see everyone tomorrow.
So go in there.
Yeah,
when we see you.
Oh.
What time tomorrow?
1 p.m.
Okay.
Good night, everybody. Safe drive.
Hey.